morning. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. جمهور الكريم، اهلا وسهلا بكم يوم ثالث من النسخه الخامسه من بطوله اسيا للجيو-جيتسو. من قبل الحدث من الجوجيتسو ارينا نحييكم من العاصمه ابو ظبي يومنا الثالث طبعا. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as you're watching us live on Abu Dhabi Sports and here at the Jiu-Jitsu Arena for day 3 of the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship. Once again, we welcome all our competitors. The first 2 days we focused on Jiu-Jitsu. Today our focus will be on fighting and fighting shows. الفنون القتالية طبعا show للرجال والسيدات for men and women and mixed والمختلط. Good luck to all our fighters, good luck to all our international referees. طبعا تحية لشركائنا في إحياء هذه البطولة. Thank you to our wonderful supporters and the organizers. The Jiu-Jitsu International Federation, the Jiu-Jitsu Asian Union, the UAE Jiu-Jitsu Federation, the Olympic Council of Asia, the World Games, and Yas Clinic. As we get ready for the action, day 3 of the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship. Focus on fighting today. Good luck to our fighters. Our medals will be waiting for you at the podium at the end of the day. Our fighters are just about ready. Our referees are ready. Let's go Jiu-Jitsu.
Hello and good morning on the 5th Asian Championship. Today we see the fighting system. JJF fighting system is a kind of mixed martial art in the semi-contact. So knockouts are not allowed, but kicks, punches, takedowns, throws, and the ground fight. We're gonna have the first match. It's Kazakhstan against India in the category minus 56 kilograms. So this is the lightest weight category offered in the competition system of Jiu-Jitsu International Federation. Referees calling in the fighters. And we're gonna start the first match of the day. Clear favorite in this fight should be the Kazakh fighter. They have a long tradition in the system, many titles. Team India is the first time with a big team in one of the events. So we will see how they can scope with the experience of the fighters from Central Asia. The approach, this was a clear throw, full points, so-called ippon, and we have a control technique, osaikomi called in the Japanese terms, used. 20 seconds the opponent has to control in the ground fight to get a full score. Time's running up, 2 more seconds. So it's getting 2 points for this holding and control technique. And it's already the full ippon. This means he got a perfect score for the punch. He got a perfect score for the throw and the full score in the ground fight. So the Kazakh fighter wins within less than 50 seconds his first fight and clearly dominated this fight by full ippon, we call it, means a full score in the kick and punch section, part 1, in the throws and takedown, part 2, and in the ground fight, part 3. Here we see it was impossible to escape for our fighter from India from this tight hold within this short time he has. So it's only 20 seconds. Compared to the Jiu-Jitsu system, the Newaza system, where the fighters have more time to prepare, wait for the gap, and use the situation. Kicks good. Wazari, so the referee signs when it's going to the side, the arm, this is 1 point score, and lifting the arm to the top is a 2 point score called the ippon. Coming up the second fight, the fighters get ready. It's Uzbekistan facing Kazakhstan. The same weight category. We see the small safeties which should protect from bleeding injuries. The impact is only slightly controlled by these kind of safeties, but open wounds will be avoided, and it's anyway not allowed to go in the full contact. See the fighters running, going directly into part 2. So this is now a passivity score because we want to force by the rule set that the fighters have to fight in all kind of parts to protect the fighters and to keep the fighting in total more clean, it is not
Yes,
allowed to
both.
kick and punch as soon as a grip is done. So, by the rule set, the fighters have to show that they are willing and able to fight in each section what defines for us the martial art of Jiu-Jitsu.
Hajime.
Now they start. Well, the kicks was 1 point for the red fighter. Oh, high throw, perfect lift up,
Saikomi.
Ippon score.
Çok kötü.
He tried to control, but
Oketo.
is not able to keep the control up. Kazakhstan follows.
Oketo.
Uzbekistan tried to go
Mate.
for the choke, but as he can stand up, here is the break, and even a glove was lost, taken out. So 3 points for Kazakhstan, 1 point for Uzbekistan. Get back the safety equipment,
Hajime.
and we move on. Nice kick from Kazakhstan. Scored as well. Points. Oh, a very tricky takedown. Gets scored as Ippon because the effect of taking down the opponent in full control is there. So the same score as this
Mate.
pickup throw we saw before, the Tiguruma. Now the small foot sweep with the hand getting down. A correction of points. Looks like he got corrected from the VR, from the side referees, claiming to have a Wazari score only,
He said before takedown, the blue was Yukugeri.
and the referee has a VR, so we have a challenge. The coach has the right to challenge a decision and ask for the video review. Now we have the VR check. The head referee is moving on. It looks like he's challenging the side kick, which was placed well. The full balance was not given, but at least it should be a Wazari score for 1 point from my perspective. We wait the decision of the VR, of the Falcon Eye check. But it was not blocked. It was in the legal hitting area, in the legal hitting zone. We can see this. Only minus is that the stability of his own balance was not given, which is questionable as a point. Yes, we see the Ippon score for blue, the Kazakh fighter.
Hajime.
So the referee team accepted that this was a full hit inside. So both fighters focus more on the distance techniques with kicks. We don't see the dynamic strong punches. Next, try to pick up. Countered by a side throw, which only can score Wazari. Not full control, not full dynamic.
Okay.
Uzbekistan lift up again, but this is more like a throw from the ground position.
Saikomi.
But we get close to control. The fighters have less time than in the Jiu-Jitsu style to fight in the ground. The referee
Mate.
only keeps it running as long as there's a perspective to have a score, a technique, something moving on within the next 15 to 20 seconds. If the situation
Hajime.
is stabilized and nothing happens, we go back to the stand-up fight. Again, the side kick,
Mate.
very similar to the situation which was challenged before.
Hajime.
Not typical. Wazari score for red again for the kick. Another one. So he's collecting points one by one, but a clear lead for Kazakhstan. with 8-5, 8-6 points, and already 9-6 points then on 5.
Okay, after Mate.
In part 2 as well, the fighters have to be active or the referee will stop for the passivity. We see a Kataguruma try or a pick up by Kazakhstan, not with the full power. And here it looks like Uzbekistan tried to choke from that position. But Kazakhstan is controlling the collar, the lap belt. It makes it very difficult to work effective. And the strategies are different to the fight we know. The fight time is over. We see a lead of 9-6 from Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan. After 3 minutes, the points decide who is going to win the fight. The referee of this fight is Amir Koshbin. He's even a board member of the Ju-Jitsu Asian Union. We see our people are very active. Win for Kazakhstan. Yeah, this very nice pick-up throw the Kazakh fighter could do against the Uzbek opponent. Using the Japanese terms, often it's the tegoruma and almost the hold, but he could not follow up and keep the control. One more round. Kazakhstan versus Thailand. The lightweight categories are known for being very fast in the kick and punch section, more dynamic. In the championship, Kazakhstan, Thailand, India are the big teams. They brought in more than 50 athletes, each national team of them, in the different disciplines. So we go on. Nice kick to the head, partly blocked. Wazari 1 point. The roundhouse kick. So looks like the Thai fighter is not that focused on kicks, but more trying to punch. Moving in part 2. Takedown and throws. Going over, and this could lead to an Ozaikomi control technique. The referee already announced the 20 seconds, but it is released. Get out before there is a chance to get a point. After 10 seconds, you get 1 point. 20 seconds is the full score with 2 points. Lead for Kazakhstan. 2-0. Nice combination, Ippon score for the Kazakh fighter. If there is more than one technique, the referee has to decide in this short time which was the superior technique, especially on combinations, to see what is the most effective. Takedown from Thailand, nice counter on the foot sweeps.
Mate.
7-2 lead for Kazakhstan. So effectively collecting the points in part 1. Small scores. And he is correcting again one of the scores given. So the action was too fast, but this is why we use the technology, having referees on the cameras, the side referees, which have a chance to clearly see the results. In the background, they're ready And the second half of the fight, 1 minute 25 is over. Fast exchange of techniques, but Thailand could show the more superior punch, getting 1 point. And the score, even the leg was catched. The Thai fighter could grab the leg after this roundhouse kick to the body. Not effectively take down, it was more going down together.
Mate.
Now try to follow up. So the majority of points is made in the part one, kicks and punches, because it's much faster to collect scores. But to finish a fight in advance before the fight time is over, you need the full score technique in each part of our competition system, the JJF fighting system. The competition system was introduced in the 90s, so the first time on the European Championship 1990 in Cento, Italy, we had the first tries out for a fighting system to as well create a possibility to fight against each other in the Jiu-Jitsu without the full contact, without knockouts, to avoid injuries and have a technical, clean fight. So, various techniques without the dynamic. 1 point for Kazakhstan for counter punch, the punch to the head, scoring full. And again, 1 point in the counter action. But Kazakhstan is in a clear lead with 11 points to 4. So actually the chance for Thailand to win would only be getting a full ippon score. 7 points to gain in the last 11 seconds is impossible, and even there is now a penalty to expect for this hard contact. One point for Kazakhstan, penalty for Thailand for hard contact. 11 seconds left. Communication with the head referee.
Yeah, it's Chui.
So they controlled on the VAR and they saw it's a different kind of penalty. It's the Chui, which is a 2-point penalty. 2 Chui techniques lead to disqualification. So they have a very different weight. So severe fouls get scored. Very nice. Uramawa Shigeri, the backwards roundhouse, but in the last second. So even if it would be scored, it will not change the result. Clear win for Kazakhstan, going for the next round in this bout. Very nice. Mawa Shigeri, roundhouse kick to the head. The fast exchange of punches in the middle distance is most difficult to score for the referees. They have to react fast and analyze the situation immediately. We're looking forward to the next match. Uzbekistan is facing India again. control to the table, side referees on the cameras,
Hajime.
and we move.
Mate. Mate.
Technique under the belt line.
Shido.
So the hip line, the belt line, all techniques underneath are not allowed.
Okay.
Low kicks are not part of the Jiu-Jitsu fighting
Hajime.
system. This is different in our full contact system, which will be tomorrow broadcast. The try directly to go for the takedown section after we already had some kicks. And Uzbekistan was able to counter the pickup
Saikomi.
try from India. And we have the hold, the Ozaikomi control technique, which we again has to run for 20 seconds. Half of the time is over. Still the control is there, even he could not stabilize immediately. We see 20 seconds, control in the ground by Uzbekistan, so he gets the Ippon score, 2 points. And he already has the Ippon score in the takedown in part 2. So if now we see a perfect punch, but no, they go strategically well done from our Indian fighter to try to avoid part 1, because the risk of a full Ippon and the win of the fight for Uzbekistan is very high. On the other hand, he will risk that there is a... Oh, this was a full score again in the throw. And another hold. So India's strategy will not pay off, as Uzbekistan clearly dominates part 2 and 3 and is already far ahead in points. And actually now, if Uzbekistan realize he only need the full score in part 1, which if you focus on it and you control it, should be reachable. Don't let the other opponent close the distance too fast, and you can finish the fight. But he himself, he's not keen on that. He knows he's safe in part 2 and 3.
For both.
Now we expect the passivity.
Part 1. Shido.
Exactly.
Passivity.
1 point
Part
each.
1. Shido.
To announce you have to fight part 1. A complete fighter needs to be able to score in all areas. Here we see that both fighters are not really keen to fight the first part, the kicks and punches. And I think our friend from Uzbekistan needs a better coaching in this point to really get announced. You only need a punching score. But now they try to get in the position for next takedowns. We are in the last third of the fight. We see the power, the energy is less. The red belt fighter from Uzbekistan don't really need to go hard and risk anything. 10 points ahead. Is safe. Another holding technique, 20 seconds control, so only 43 seconds left. The 2 points. Kicks 1 point for India. He can close a bit the distance, but has not a real chance to regain. And the last 20 seconds are even will end in the Ozaikomi, in the control, in the hold. A submission technique, so forcing your opponent to tap would lead to 3 points score. often questioned that the submission is not ending the fight, but as we have no knockout punches and no throws which can knock out somebody, 1 point for Uzbekistan, and the fight is through, is finished with a clear lead for the red belt or red marked fighter from Uzbekistan. Honestly, I expected in this fight a far earlier end, as immediately Uzbekistan go in the lead with Ippon score in part 2 and part 3. But we see that he could not perform and score with a punch or a kick. Nice counter, directly stepping over. We know that in Central Asia there is a big tradition of mixing up wrestling, Ju-Jitsu, judo skills, and these are the typical throws we see then coming out of this different training experience. Back in the match, Thailand, Kazakhstan from the red belt versus Thailand with blue. We should be in the second round of the bout. Ippon score for Thailand. We don't see it yet in the point panel. Here it is.
So this is a very interesting match. These guys are really fast. These are the reportage rounds. We can see Kazakhstan going for... Oh, that was Thailand and Kazakhstan. Both are trying for the takedown. They're trying to go for the part 2. The referee stops the match.
Passivity. Shido.
The referee gave Thailand Shido for passivity.
Hajime.
Oh, that was a phenomenal ippon from Thailand, from Kazakhstan. And one amazing head kick. Okay, once the Thailand fighter is out of the guard, the Usaikomi time will start.
Hajime. Hajime.
Both the fighters started the fight, but then the kicks were like under. That was a good score for Kazakhstan. And one score for Thailand. So the points are awarded to the clear score. There is a big point difference between the two fighters. Kazakhstan 11, 13, and Thailand 4. So Kazakhstan has points in part 1 and part 2. Kazakhstan needs to complete score in part 3. if he gets one osaikomi or submission, Kazakhstan fighter can win.
Let's stop.
But that's... Oh, that's...
The United Arab Jiu-Jitsu Federation, the European Council of Asia, World Games and Gastronomy. For those of you who need this or test study,
Hajime.
11:30 today, sometimes they say it's on the third floor, in the Jiu-Jitsu arena, on the third floor. Take it away, get your PCR test done. Result
1 point for Thailand. Both the fighters are trying to go for a takedown, and Kazakhstan gets the takedown, which is very well controlled. Okay, time up.
Wonderful demonstration of fighting shows for women and these teams today. And of course, we have our lunch break at 2 o'clock. 2:30 will be back with the third and fourth place playoffs and the finals. We have a lot of medals to take.
Guys,
And the winner is Kazakhstan. So now we see the replay. We can see Thailand tapping out. But what is interesting in fighting system is when even though the fighter taps out, it doesn't mean the fight stops and he's the winner. The whole point of fighting system is you continue the fight even after tapping out, even after a submission. You come back to the fight. Next fight, adults male, 56 kilogram, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. We are here today in the fighting system event of Ju-Jitsu. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan both are really strong teams in fighting system. The athletes are really fast and they're really strong. This fight is going to be very, very interesting. Oh, that was a first kick by Uzbekistan. He seems to be a more aggressive fight, or no? And he is controlling his opponent, try to get the osaikomi, but Kazakhstan rolls him over and tries to take the control. We can see they are really dynamic and really fast. Oh, and that was the tap. So that was part 3. 1 score for Kazakhstan. And that was a point for Kazakhstan in part 1. Now he needs to complete part 2 and he can have full house and his victory.
Let passivity part 2. Shido. Boo. Passivity part 2. Shido.
Okay, these are the warnings. Shido are the warnings in fighting system. And because they are not going for part 2, which is the takedown part, they have got passivity here. There is a Wazari half point for Kazakhstan. Okay, part 2 Wazari again. And the winner in the red corner, Kazakhstan. this was a very interesting counter. So in these fights, in fighting system, the speed matters a lot. If you're fast, you move fast, you get points fast. Next fight is between India and Thailand. Again, in 56 kilogram weight category. The referee is from Kazakhstan. We have seen the speed of the Thailand athlete before. He's really quick. He has amazing counters. Let's see how he performs against Indian fighter. A little bit about fighting system. In fighting system, you have three parts. The first part is considered as the striking part, the second part is the takedown part, and the third part is the submission or the pinning part.
Okay, do you want to shake your hands? Can you shake your hands?
And we
Ready?
have
Ready?
Thailand against India. That was a point for the Indian fighter. And a Wazari for the Indian fighter. They're trying to go for the part 2, which is the takedowns part.
Sona mama.
So Sonu Mama is a part
Stay.
where they freeze in the
Red.
same position
Passivity part 2. Shido.
and the referee gives warning.
Жми.
They're struggling with the grips with each other. They're already into the safety area.
Sona mama again, yeah? No? Okay. Mate.
The referee stops the fight and he's going to start again in the center.
Okay. Fix your gi, please. Passivity red, yeah?
Red gets passivity for part 2.
In the standing or in the grip? Grip or standing?
We still have 2 minutes for the
Continue in
fight
standing
and the score
position.
is pretty close. It's 3
Yeah, I
points for
understand. I got it,
India
got it,
and
got
1
it.
point for Thailand.
That, please. Passivity part 2, Shido. Passivity part 2, Shido.
Blue corner
Okay.
gets passivity for the part 2,
Okay.
which is the
Take the grips.
takedowns or the throws
Take the
part.
grips.
They begin in the
Ready?
same position where
Wait,
they
wait,
had
wait,
the
wait.
grips
Do
on
you
each
feel me?
other.
You have to fight, okay? You have to make it throw.
It's
Okay?
important
You
that they
understand? Because next time I will
complete
finish
this
it too.
part 2 within
Got
the
it?
within 20
Yes.
seconds. Otherwise, they are going to get one more Shido for passivity. Both the fighters are still struggling. India gets one underhook, which is reversed by Thailand. And there is this, half attempted takedown. The Indian fighter is in the guard, and there we may have a submission
Mate!
and tap. That is one score in part 3
Okay.
for Thailand.
Fix the gi, please. Always fix the gi after mate, okay? Fix side. Always, you have to fix it.
Questions of the
Ready?
raised. Why the fight is not finished after
Wait,
submission?
wait.
The fighter tapped.
From
But
the
the
other side.
rule set is built up to say we want the complete jiu-jitsu, and it would be equal to a knockout punch or
Ready?
a throw on the head, which is in the Asian martial art, the idea of takedowns and throws.
And now we see both the fighters really going for the points. 5 points to Solanki and India, and 5 points to Thailand, Kienden. We have 1 more minute to go.
Yes, action.
There's equal score and equal opportunity.
No, it's okay,
The
it's
Indian
okay.
fighter has a pawn in the first part. The Thailand fighter has a pawn in the third part. They still have 2 more parts to cover, and they just have 50 more seconds.
Action, yes, more action. So no, mama. Stay here.
So in Sonomama,
Fix your gi.
the athletes stay in the same position.
Hurry up, my friend.
Time was given for the Indian fighter to tie his belt and for the Thailand fighter to do the same. The gis, perfect fit of the gis is very important in jiu-jitsu, because you have grips on the lapel, you have grips on the shoulder, you have grips on the around the wrist of your gi. You can choke using the gi, you can pin down the person using the gi. So it's very important that your belt is properly tied. Your gis are perfectly pinned down.
Red.
So 20
Disregard my referee instructions. 2. Blue. Passivity part 2. Shido.
The referee again gives passivity in part 2 for both the athletes.
Hajime.
The score is 6-all. It's the last 20 seconds left, and they are really struggling to gain points. It's Vasari for the Thailand fighter.
Mate.
And time is up. This was a very close fight between Thailand and India.
Fix.
So the point made in the last second will determine
Stay.
the result.
Winner is blue. Okay, bow to each other.
And the
Bow to
winner
the referee.
in the blue corner, Thailand, he scores 1 point in the last 10 seconds. As we see, this was a very interesting reversal that happened here, which ended up in the flying armbar. And the sweep again, with the Thailand fighter coming up on the top. Next, we have Kazakhstan against Kazakhstan in the adult male 56 kilogram category. This is the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship. Both the fighters are phenomenal.
VAR, ready? Yeah. Hajime.
So it will be very interesting to watch this fight. Probably these two fighters might have practiced with each other. Let's see what they do in the ring. First kick from Kazakhstan in the red corner, and that was serious super speed punch, and red corner gets 1 point. And was Zahari for the blue corner. These fighters are really light on their feet. Both struggling with the grips and trying to go for takedown. It seems as if both of them are trying to attempt the same takedown. And the red corner gets one. The red corner gets back. He's trying to get the choke. He's trying to finish the part 3. So red corner scores Ippon in part 3 and Ippon in part 1. All he needs to do is complete Ippon in part 2 and he can be the clear winner.
Yeah, the Ippon in part 2 is pretty difficult to score when the opponent knows you. That's the challenge. We will see if he can perform.
That's Avazari for the red corner. And Ippon for the blue corner for the striking and punching.
Passivity part 2, Shido. Passivity part 2, Shido.
Because they now need to rush into part 2, the referee gave them a warning. The referee gave them Shido. Red corner Ippon again for punch. The score is 10-5. 10 for the red corner and 5 for the blue corner. And Ippon for blue corner again and Vazari for the red corner. It's the last 30 seconds and the match can go any way because the one who completes the takedowns part can still be the winner.
Mate. Hajime.
Last 3 seconds, 2, 1, and time up. We have winner in Kazakhstan in the adult male 56 kilogram category.
So 2 more fights for the minus 56 kilograms showing up. And if we have a look on the brackets,
Yes.
We can see the grip.
This category is actually with 5 competitors in the bout, which means we have a round robin fight. Every fighter has to fight each other, has a chance for 4 matches, because we were looking and checking where in the bout we are, how we are in the bracket. So the fighter with the most wins after this will be the one who made it. 2 more fights and then we have the decision for the males minus 56 kilograms. That's why we see 10 matches of minus 56 kilograms in one row. As I said, every fighter has to fight each other. It's 4 fights each. It should come up Thailand versus Uzbekistan. And the last match will India versus Kazakhstan. Now here we go. Concrete from Thailand against Sarvarbek from Uzbekistan. Referee is Aslan Osmanov from Kazakhstan. One of the most experienced referees
Both
in
of the
this
referees.
tournament.
Go to each other. Okay. Ready? Hajime!
The fight starts, as explained in part 1, non-effective techniques. The try of foot sweep, which just scores a Vazari. Thailand initiated this technique and they landed together next to each other. That's why still Thailand got the point. A little bit more turn, the point would have gone to Uzbekistan. Now trying to control, try for the submission, try to get in a hold.
Ready? Hajime!
Like we experienced before. And similar technique. From the side-to-side position. Uzbekistan seems to be stronger in part 3, but the defense of our red fighter, Thailand, is good enough to prevent him from scoring and getting control.
Control your kicks, okay? Always,
Fixing the gi,
always tie your belt.
the uniform again.
After Mateo, okay? Hurry up, my friend.
Sometimes it's part of the fight, sometimes it's strategy as well to tie the belt a little bit more loose.
Okay. Hajime!
The referee in one point has to decide if this is the case. Part 1 again. Half of the fighting time is over. So no real activity in part 1.
Blue, grip and punch, Shido.
And he's showing for the VAR and
Yes,
asking for the expert if there was a grip and punch. We have no punches and kicks allowed when there is contact, when the people grip each other.
Not passivity, part 2.
Moving fast on into the ground fight.
Correct.
Not a real approach for a throw or takedown. Sometimes in a situation of a bad grip, fighters try this. So the leg is under control, which means the fighter on the top could not gain
Okay.
full control and won't get the timing. Part 1, side kick, Yokogeri. But they always have too much distance, so we could see Thailand could counter with a punch as the distance was too high for score. Not hitting again, so another ippon for Thailand for the counter punch, as the Uzbek kicks always went into the void. And a try for a pick-up, lift-up throw from Blue, but Thailand could stay on the top. Kadawazari
Angela,
to
agree with you.
maintain the position there. Holding the leg, the half guard situation, like we call it, is a part control, so you don't give points or the hold time to the top fighter. Referee stops. And there was a submission. We will be happy to see this again in the slow motion. 3 points. Saw this correctly. Now we got a throw on the corner of the mat, almost outside.
Winner, bow to each other. Bow to the referees. Thank you.
And winner by points, clearly Thailand.
I have to change again.
Initiated by Uzbekistan to move in, Thailand could turn the throw a bit. Counter strike leads to Ippon. Thailand could make that win. Last match in the category minus 56 kilograms. Kundan from India versus Veldos from Kazakhstan. So both fighters already did 3 matches. Looking into the chance to gain more wins and points. Changing again the referee to guarantee fair play. Now we have a referee from Thailand in the middle leading this fight. We are looking forward to the category minus 77 kilograms. One of the bigger rounds of the fighting system, which will immediately come up after we finish this round. Fighters get in, the traditional bow and greeting. Check the bar. Here we go. Sidekick is a technique people love because it's the most longest distance technique for the beginning. Moving into part 2. India could take over with the leg grab and brought Kazakhstan to struggle from the back position. It takes some time to prepare a submission hold to really get into a choke hold or change for the arm bar. What India's trying now, very well approached, got the arm bar on. Now it is as well a control hold, so this is a tricky situation. It gets Osaikomi because now Kazakhstan is out. It stopped. But that was more than 10 seconds. It will be a Wazari score. Now Kazakhstan get the hold. It's not allowed to grab in the face, the referee showing this. Got out of the hold 10 seconds exactly. So the table will tell the referee to score these 2 round activities. Should be at first
ชิโด
Yes, the push into the face gives. He's even going for penalty.
What time is Osekumi Bu?
1 point for Kazakhstan.
Okay.
Vazari, 10 seconds hold by the blue fighter. Correct. It's the 13 seconds to hold for the red fighter got scored. And it must be more than 10 seconds. So Kazakhstan just missed 1 second to get a point for the hold. Moving very fast over part one. They are immediately in the takedown throwing section. That was a clear move for blue, getting down. And he tried to hold him down without a direct approach in going for the technique, but actually India has time, leading with 3 points. You can try to get over this 1 more minute fight time, keep your lead and balance the fight a bit. Putting the uniform in order to have same conditions for both fighters in the gripping. So they more or less just bump into each other in part one. The referee decides to separate.
Red, passivity, part 1.
Passivity, restart in part one. Not gripping immediately. Here we see it. Here it was obvious that red just wanted to grip while blue is trying to make the points, and it pays off. Clear scores for the blue fighter from Kazakhstan. Just making 4 points, 6 points in these few seconds in part one.
Red, give
When
and
I
punch.
see the score correctly, these were 2 ippons for the kicks and punches for the blue fighter. So the table turned. Kazakhstan ahead with 4 points. Now he can play on time, pretend to be active, and for me it looks like India is tired. The energy is not there anymore. Normally in the last 20 seconds you must be super active when you are behind to keep a chance of winning the fight. And yes, another full score for the Kazakh fighter. It looks like he can use the situation of being physically ahead, I would say. You saw the fighters checking the scoreboard, looking for the last seconds and how the stance is. That's why we did not see real action in the last 3 seconds on the ground. Get the uniform back in order to receive the result of the competition. Clear winner of the match, Kazakhstan, which actually made all the points in the last, the important points, in the last 30 seconds, when as well the referee acted clearly against the straight grip action of red. These are scenes from the beginning. In the end, we saw the fighter from India only trying to grip. Nice Sutemiwaza sacrifice throw. And in the end, ippon score for Seonaga, the shoulder throw. So actions which had been countered off in the beginning of the fight, in the end paid off for Kazakhstan, which is a sign for the being physically stronger in the last minute of the fight. Better householding the energy over these 4 matches, which is a load, a big load for a competitor to bear. 3 minutes sound like a short time, but the dynamics of changing in the parts we can maybe compare a little bit with triathlon. The change of the disciplines is of the motions of being fast and then dynamic, static, full energy. And we see a different shape of competitors. The -77 male fighting is on. Uzbekistan with a red belt and red safeties is facing a fighter from Kazakhstan in the blue. Back up with the referee team on the table, which supports the decisions and controls the work of the head referee to guarantee fair fights and the correct results as well from different perspectives and angles. The referee can see, especially actions in part one can be totally scored different from another angle. That's why we need the backup on the table to guarantee correct results. Fighters are ready, the table not yet. Here we get the sign. Okay. Might be that they change referees on the table. This is what we don't see here on our TV broadcasting.
Okay.
But it is very important to have this running. And we start. Kicks and punches are the score in part one. Fast Mawashigeri roundhouse kick to the chest. As mentioned before, knockouts not allowed. The maximum is a semi-contact, light contact, we call it as well. 1-1 after this first action. He slipped down. The referee now decided to split under the belt line.
Forbidden.
Yes,
Shido.
announcing the Shido. 1 point penalty. For the wrong execution of a side kick. There is no straight punch allowed to the face. That was introduced from the beginning of this system to avoid bleeding nose, injuries on the teeth, keep the face out. That's why we see techniques which are sometimes not that common in the punches part. We are down in the fight. It looks very stable. Both fighters stabilize the situation. The referee will break up and make them stand up again. What is the now? Here we move the distance of the punch. Not best, but still hit.
Stop. Stay here. Let passivity part one. Shido.
Referee gives another penalty of Shido to the red fighter and very clever used the situation of the restart. This is actually a weak, strategically weak situation, and Kazakhstan directly used the situation with a nice kataguruma, drop kataguruma, the shoulder wheel to throw. So the try of a round punch. Uzbekistan just gripped. Kazakhstan tried to complain to the referee, which is actually not allowed. You are not allowed to talk or point out. You can point out an injury, but there is nothing to discuss with the referee during the fight. So referee stopped. There was another penalty for red. Blue is far ahead with 8 points in advance. The last minute of the fight starts soon. Breaking up, going in the middle. This is a Choi for not listening to the command of the referee. If it comes to the point that the fighter destroys the fight by passivities, this is a possibility to give a higher penalty for a severe foul, as it is obvious that one fighter only tries. Nice counter in the Tanyotoshi. 14-1 Kazakhstan, far ahead. He can actually wait now for the time passing by. Control in part 3. Hold the opponent down. In the guard position, you have, in that system, enough time to control your opponent. Only very good ground fighters score points from the guard. Normally it gets to the point of waiting some seconds and the referee will put up again. Putting the uniform in order. Sometimes as well as strategy of the fighters to delay time here to get a breath. Back the last 20 seconds. Rolling on. A weak punch, but there was no blocking, no evading action at all. That's why the referee decided to give the full score and the passivity to the blue fighter. So I think we were right. The blue is a bit exhausted and just tries to wait over the time. Counter. And the fight time is over. Result seems to be clear. Yes, the point for the throw was taken away again. Kazakhstan. Alisher wins clear. The first match of the -77 category Ju-Jitsu fighting system by JJIF in the 5th Asian Championship. Here, the restart of the fight, a very nice tactical move from the Uzbek fighter, from the Kazakh fighter against Uzbek, and a counter again. This was perfectly used, the weakness of the restart, and with a faster reaction time. Fantastic, fantastic tactic move. Tanyotosh as a counter technique when Uzbekistan move in. So a clear domination of the fighter with the blue marked belt. These belts are not the ranked belts. These belts are only there for having a clear determination who is running which. Yeah, fighting system, the big teams are Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Thailand, and India in this event. They brought in the most fighters. So we have, looks like a replay, the next Kazakhstan with the red belt fighting against Uzbekistan in blue.
And both the fighters are trying to determine. That was a half ushirogiri by Kazakhstan. Still trying to find the key. And a kick well caught by Kazakhstan and countered, well countered, and taken into submission by Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan trying to get seatbelt position and Osaikomi time. But the referee makes them stand up and start in the center.
Let's going out. Shido.
Shido for the red corner, Kazakhstan. The score is 1-1, 1-all, and we have 1 minute 52 seconds.
Let's going out. Shido. Shido, let's. You call him. Okay? Okay.
The referee correcting the score for Uzbekistan, and the fight starts again. In the fighting system, the scoring happens very fast. So it's very important for one fighter. If one fighter scores and if there is a stronger and a bigger score by the opponent, a counter, then the opponent gets the point. So it's very important that you're very fast and you move out of the area, out of the attacking range as quickly as possible. The referee starts the fight again. That was a point for the blue corner from Uzbekistan for his striking in part 1.
Up.
Both the fighters, after getting the point, landed in the safety area, out of the mat. And hence the referee is trying to bring them inside. That was a good yokogiri by Kazakhstan. Yokogiri is one of the best techniques that you can use in the long range. And a wonderful wazari punching technique for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan in guard of Kazakhstan.
Up.
Today's day 3 of the Fifth Ju-Jitsu Asian Championships, of course, and we are live on sports.
Both the fighters are moving too fast. They're covering the mat area, not allowing the other person to take the attack.
Good luck to all our fighters.
Last 4 seconds. And the scores are 4-10. Time is up.
Take part in the Fifth Ju-Jitsu Asian Championship 2021. Thank you to the Jiu-Jitsu International Federation, the Jiu-Jitsu
And we have clear winner in the blue corner, Uzbekistan.
Council of Asia, the World Games, and the Sias Clinic. Take care of us and make sure all our fighters, all our coaches, technical teams, referees.
We can see here both the fighters are trying to gauge the distance.
What a nice pickup throw, countering out the side position. As mentioned before, you see the mix of wrestling tradition and more the traditional Central Asian styles, Kurash, Kuresh, where we know that more or less every boy is doing some of this. Which is giving these spectacular moves.
Next fight, India against Kazakhstan in the 77 kilogram weight category.
These fights are under the Ju-Jitsu Asian Union, the official recognized entity for Jiu-Jitsu, Jiu-Jitsu and similar disciplines in Asia, recognized by the Olympic Council of Asia. So, big difference to other events. We are obliged to follow the World Anti-Doping Agency code. Great technique you got in the replay. Yes, from the category minus 56, the best scenes. That was even in the stop. Backside kick, turning the throws. Great moves. A lot of medalists get tested for doping. Even here we have no results yet. Day 3 of the championship. Good moves. So there is a delay waiting for one competitor. Might be due to medical reasons until we wait for the next bout moving in. This gives us the chance to get some the best of pictures and motions of the category minus 56, which will not have a final anymore. This was a round robin. Here we see very nice the strategy of closing the distance, a fake attack with the arm, the first approach, and the great Teguruma hand wheel leading directly into the control and holding technique. From this lightweight category. Here in the spot we can see the next fighters being ready. And we're live on air with the fight minus 77 kilograms.
India versus Kazakhstan. And there is one Yokugiri from Kazakhstan that earns him Vazari. And Vazari for India for the counterpunch.
Let passivity part 2. Shido. Move. Passivity part 2. Shido.
Both the fighters get passivity, a penalty for being passive in the second part, which is the takedowns part. And there is a pawn for the blue corner for the punches. And a pawn for the blue corner for the takedown. The blue corner is trying to pin down the red corner and score a point in part 3.
Up.
And that was one more takedown and a score of Ippon for the blue corner.
Up.
As we know, it is very important for the geese to be tucked in so that the athletes get perfect grips and perform their takedowns or chokes or submissions.
Okay. Okay. Step up.
Both fighters are keeping distance from each other. The score is 2-10. We are in the last 1 minute.
I think so. May stay fun.
Now is the difficult decision for the referee. You could see immediately, was that a straight punch to the face? Straight punches are not allowed to the head for avoiding injuries. This is a compromise to the small safeties we have compared to other sports which have much bigger safeties, but it makes it more difficult to
Left.
perform
Stay punch.
throws or submission techniques. Then we want to keep the balance. The International Jiu-Jitsu Federation decided to keep the balance between the different abilities, the different technical things. So we call the fighting jiu-jitsu the clean fight against each other based on high technical skills and the big variety of skills of a skill set. This leads to numerous of the regulations based on that idea of the fight, which is then very different when we see tomorrow full contact jiu-jitsu. Back in part one.
Step. You okay, doctor? Doctor. Okay. Okay. Step up. Step.
And that was a direct strike to the face.
Okay. You up, down, you up. Okay. You are the doctor. No.
Sometimes the athletes tend to fake their injuries, like they fake the impact of the punch to give the opponent a penalty, which is not really a very good strategy to follow because the rules that we have are you cannot fake an injury.
High contact. Okay.
Kazakhstan gets one chui for the attack.
Step up.
And a pawn for Kazakhstan for a counter punch.
You okay?
Both the athletes are still in part one and we have 30 more seconds to go. There is a wide gap between the points of the two fighters, with India at 6 points and Kazakhstan at 15 points.
Step.
If they do not attempt again
Possibility part 2, left and
the part two, they are going to get warning again.
Okay. Okay. Doctor.
The referee stops time and calls the doctor. Red corner has bleeding in his nose.
Especially seeing the health protocols at the current time, bleeding must be stopped. The total injury time a fighter can take is 2 minutes during the whole fight. So it's not really time to get a break. Even as I said, yes, sometimes strategies are very different. How to household with the energy, with the endurance. of fighters, but there is definitely the point. Bleedings have to be stopped. Maximum 2 minutes are given to the medical team for this. We see we already had 14 fights. This is the first time the medical team has to step in. The system works under the aspect of safety for the athletes, having a fair, low violent competition system. It looks like the medical team succeeded, and we move on.
Okay. Do you come down with fight and kick? Okay? Down. If your he say be down. Okay?
We just have last 10 seconds left for this fight.
Let passivity part 2. Shido.
And red gets warning for
Blue.
not being
Passivity part 2.
active
Shido.
in part 2.
One more choice.
And so does blue corner.
Okay. Okay, I say him. Okay? Come down. Zibber!
I don't think either of the fighters are going to get into the takedown or the part 2 part, as we have the last 3 seconds left. And time is...
Okay? Good. This.
Time over, fight is done. Clear lead for Alicia from Kazakhstan.
That was a sweep. And a direct face to the punch, which is not really an acceptable technique attempted by both the athletes in fighting system. So unlike our earlier fights, both the fighters in this round attempted only the striking techniques. They majorly dominated the fights. They majorly played on the striking part in the part 1. Next we have
Iraq. So, after we watched so many fights from Central Asia and Thailand, we see new nations moving in. Iraqi fighter versus Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei with a small team in this event, but present. Happy to see the growing community of Jiu-Jitsu. All fights are observed by JJF President Panayotis Theodoropoulos. We can see him in the background on the VIP stage. But now let's focus on the fight action.
Okay. Can I stop now?
the Iraqi fighter gets a takedown and goes for the part 3 where he gets a seatbelt and he is going for a submission, which is countered by the Chinese Taipei fighter.
Kita.
The Iraqi fighter tries to go for submission again, a gi choke, and he has an ippon in part 3. The score is 6-0.
Yes.
The submission getting...
And we have a full house.
wow,
Part 1 ippon, part 2 ippon, and part 3 ippon in under 1 minute.
fast action. So this shows the complete dominance of a fighter, and that's what the system is giving. If you show perfect technique in kick and punch, takedown throws, and the ground fight, you can win. before these 3 minutes passed over. Here we see nice roundhouse kick, Uchimata throw for the takedown, taking the back. Very nice follow-up. Ippon score for the throw, and the choke is moving on. Referee getting to stop. Last instructions for the next match. And moving in. India versus Iraq. Kapil from India against Hussein from Iraq. Minus 77. We are having a weight check always in the evening before the competition, so the preparation and there's no big risk of dehydration. Punches, points immediately. And a clear distance advantage for Iraq. The athlete is good pistoler. But until now, he couldn't use it. Actually, India was better in countering the long-distance actions of Al-Ziani from Iraq.
Okay, let eye control timing and move step hand to the head. Okay. Turn to wash together.
The match referee is discussing the situation with the table referee, and a warning was given to the red corner and blue corner penalty.
Okay.
A pawn for the blue corner for the punch. And it's equal score for both.
Okay.
India got hit on the face, but for me it looked like this is due to the movement. He has to close the gap of the much better distance the blue fighter has, so he have to risk more going forward, going in front. If this goes along with the punch of the blue fighter, easily can happen. If he's not protecting himself, there's a penalty as well. It's called mobobe, which is a chui. So if a fighter risking too much for himself and this causes the injury, even the fighter who got injured can be penalized. And that's, yeah, this is to control the fight and that not fighters rush in without any guard and safety measures on themselves.
Pass one.
These are specific rules. These are specific rules based on the idea of semi-contact or light contact fighting.
You come down.
In a full contact system would say it's penalty enough to get knocked out and losing the fight.
Okay.
But we want to control the impact fighters get to have a healthy technical competition system. And we saw no penalty for none of them. The VR could control.
You lead, doctor.
India is blaming again the hard contact.
Doctor.
That is very difficult to judge and observe. I would say in this point, this as well, the question if a fighter is prepared enough in the constitution to fight on this level. We are on the Continental Championship judgment would be very different in an event of lower level of beginners. But here we expect national teams are there
Okay, I see.
under the control. We see the medical commission already discussed with the coach exactly what I just said. Is the fighter prepared? If he stops the fight 3 times in a row, our medical commission moves in and will evaluate if he's ready to this level of competition. We see it, it's actually pretty easy for the
Let
blue fighter to use his distance.
Blue.
Very difficult to bridge these, I would say, almost 20 centimeters. Iraq has better distance. Catching the leg, takedown, and the hold. Again going for 20 seconds. In the most cases, this is enough. Not trying to go for the submission. You get the full score. You're not risking losing the control. 20 seconds over. Ippon pass 3, 2 points for the blue fighter representing Iraq. And she gave the Wazari for the takedown as well. This came after, on advice of the video referees. So in the beginning it appeared that India is good in moving on and bridging the distance, but now the blue fighter adapted to the movements and stops red before closing distance.
You know, control technique is tectonic. Yeah? Let air control. Do it.
Uncontrolled technique. Uncontrolled technique by red leads to the disqualification in the lead of red, and the blue fighter wins the competition. So to protect the fighters, uncontrolled techniques and hard contact get awarded with a Chui penalty. Two penalties of this level lead to the disqualification of a fighter. Here in slow motion, the punch looked much harder than we saw in real speed. But actually the second action led to the question if Indian fighter is ready to compete on this level of events, what we saw before. Moving on, adults male minus 77 kilogram in the 5th Asian Championship.
Uzbekistan against Thailand.
We are in Abu Dhabi in the Ju-Jitsu arena, Zayed Sport City. Referee from Kazakhstan will judge this fight.
We have a southpaw here. And amazing uchigiri.
You're the doctor. No?
Red goes in the lead, very fast.
A beautiful counter to the Mawashigiri by the blue corner, and again red corner scores an ippon. Within the first 13 seconds, we see 6 points
Blue, посеете
for
по
Uzbekistan.
Шида. Take it through there. 하지마!
Both the fighters going into part 2. And Thailand attempting Uchimata.
With good flexibility in the long legs, the red fighter was able to put the technique out of effect. The fight for the grip is crucial for what techniques you can apply. Counter those Sotogari. With those Sotogari, wonderful move. For Thailand, it's the first fight in this event for the Thai fighter Ban Pot. He had a bye.
아떼!
Uzbekistan already won a round against Maxim from Kazakhstan.
Fix your gi, guys. Fix the gi. Hurry up. Hurry up. Rush, my friend.
And both of them are fighting
Yeah,
to
got it.
reach the
Ready?
quarterfinals.
하지마!
The winner will move into the quarterfinal. Good combination of red fighter Gyakutsuki, or like the punch is called in Japanese terms. Red is just blocking the attempts of Thailand, keeps a good grip, can block with the right arm in the center line, the energy very well. Try to make time. No need for him to attack himself from the strategic side. The rule set will force him after some time to be active.
아떼!
But strategy works off. 15 seconds to go,
Fix your gi, fix, please.
8 points ahead.
Hurry up.
The fighter with a red belt. And again, the very nice counter punch and the kick to the head, which gives him a higher lead and only the
Mate!
need to rush over the last seconds of the fight. Uzbekistan clearly makes that round into the quarterfinals.
Fix the gi. Fix. Okay, look to each other. Winner red. Go. Thank you.
On Gyakutsuki, the straight punch, and directly Uramawashigeri, the backward hook kick. Looking up for the next match. India versus Kazakhstan. This should be a bout of the repechage. So fighters can lose. Fighters can lose 2 times actually before they are out. If one fight is lost, the maximum reaches the third place, the bronze medal. So the repechage is the bout. We are fighting for the bronze medal.
Hajime.
And if I look by on my records, they have to. The winner will go to the small final. Oh, very nice hip throw, Ogashi. Full score, Ippon in part 2 for the blue corner, representing Kazakhstan. Moved out now, this is the hold. The hold get applied, 20 seconds. He needs to control his opponent to get the Ippon part 3, and if these 20 seconds are over, the fight is done. We see Ippon part 1, Ippon part 2 is scored.
Mate.
Time over. Winner, blue with a full Ippon. Ippon in every part. A superior fight, and we even get faster. 43 seconds he only needed, and his next fight, the next fight for Maxim, will be the small final. We call it the fight for the bronze medal. The hold, 20 seconds to be done. Here we see, very nice, he could use the motion of his opponent, trying to push forwards. First, putting him in the corner, waiting for the reaction, and take it over for the ukigoshi, the hip throw, to score Ippon. So the next fighters might have been surprised of the fast end of this fight. Need to get ready to the mat. If I see correctly, it comes up Thailand versus Uzbekistan. In the repechage as well. Once again, we see the replays of our top techniques of day 3 of the 5th Asian Championship in Abu Dhabi under the Ju-Jitsu Asian Union. Getting in, Thailand with the red belt, and the fighter from Uzbekistan representing in the blue gear.
Hajime.
Trying to go for the bronze medal.
Mate.
Exchange of some kicks and punches, mainly blocked.
Shido or Chui?
Both are pretty careful.
Chui. Hajime.
So we don't see any score for this. A Chui was given to blue for uncontrolled technique. The rule set defines that uncontrolled technique is as well given if if you are not hitting your opponent, but you just punch through, because it would have had the same effect if the opponent is there. In part 2, the fight for the grip. Red is blocking the hip. Uzbek fighter down this sacrificing throw, roll under. It was scored Wazari, 1 point. And now Uzbekistan from the top.
Ante.
But as the grip is good from the red fighter, no way to pass the guard to get in there.
Please. Hajime.
And takeover. Hitsaguruma or Zazaitsuri Komiyashi. Complicated name on the Japanese side to describe this move.
Ante.
Executed by the Uzbek fighter. Yes, here the referee is taken care of. Really tie your belt. Don't
Hajime.
put it so loose that it's opening again after one action. This is correct. We want them to fight and not placing their uniform in order. Fight is pretty close. 1 point ahead, Thailand. And
Ante.
now I would say even Uzbekistan is, the blue fighters losing time in that situation.
For who?
Corrections by the table referees on the cameras.
For the red.
Advice to the referee from the different perspective. This is what, especially in part one, the
Hajime.
mat referee has no chance to see all actions. Now we see a number of points in the fast action of punches and kicks, part one. In the last seconds of this fight. Red fighter ahead. They're moving on the corner of the mat, more or less outside,
It was a report.
which is a strategic element as well. Time is over.
Please check. Please check. Please check. Attack.
And we are waiting for the final result, but it looks that red is ahead. We have the VAR, we have the Falcon Eye controlling the last moves. Throw initiated by Thailand, but clearly controlled the situation by the Uzbek fighter. Winner Banpot with a red belt. And we see the next fighters ready. Ready for the next fight. And having a look at the brackets, this is coming up. Kazakhstan against Iran. And if my records are correct, we are in the semi-final. It's the third fight for the Kazakh player and the second fight for
Hajime.
Ishan.
Mate. Passivity part 1. 2. Passivity part 1. Shido. Passivity part 1. Shido. All right. Hajime.
Going ahead. Kicks and punch in part 1. Under the judgment of Amir Koshbin from Iran.
Mate.
So very low activity in the kick and punch, and then directly go into the grip. This is not allowed by the rule set. He get consultation from the head referees and the VAR. What happened in this moment?
Passivity part 1.
Passivity.
Shido.
Part 1.
Part 1. Shido.
These rules are as well installed to avoid pure
Hajime.
experts coming into the fight. To say somebody training boxing and karate, and then will always avoid part 2 all the way around. We have a wrestler or judoka which has no idea of the other parts of Jiu-Jitsu and join on the fight. Oh, great pickup throw. Iraq, the fighter in blue, was lucky he could turn the side, and the Sangakuchin with the triangle choke with the legs. He tried to push down. Can he? And there was the tap. Submission for
Doctor.
triangle choke.
Sit.
3 points
Sit.
in the part 3. And
Doctor.
somebody's bleeding here. So the fighter from Iraq injured his lips, as I can see from here. The medical team have to stop the bleeding. It is not a serious injury, but it happens when people match into each other. And as well, there need to be a change of the clothes, I believe. Here we have the move going back. Kicks and punches, not that effective. This exchange of kicks on the same level. Now we might get a slow motion of the Tiguruma again. Iraq could turn to the side, so it was not a Nippon score, but straight the transition into a nice triangle choke. I believe here it is about the Ippon punch. Do we score this? And the backup referee on the VAR is checking these points. So not a serious injury, but an issue for hygienic and infection risks. So bleedings must be treated immediately and stopped. And the injury time is running. There's 1 minute left. If the team is not able to set back the fighter in the ability to return to the mat, we finish the match for health and safety reasons, to not extend or risk the health of our athletes in the matches. Especially in these times, hygienic standards are double more as important. So the VAR analyzes. The result is given back to the head referee. Fighters getting ready to return to the mat. And I expect now the result from the VAR. Uncontrolled technique, that is a chui. 3 points for the submission. Yes, they had not been announced yet.
It's okay? Okay.
So the backup control in this fast competition system is very important. Not the table crew, the referees missing actions.
Yes.
That's the huge difference to our other discipline. The Jiu-Jitsu, most times more complicated, and there is another challenge. So here we get the coach
And Kazakhstan.
asking for a video review from his perspective.
Vazeli, not Ipun. Vazeli.
It must be another technique. It's not allowed to challenge a already made VAR decision and ask for corrections. But it might be another action. We see here the punch of the red fighter. Was this a straight technique? Was this hard contact? Looking from here, I would say it was a so-called Haito, the round punch with the more traditionally with the inside of the hand.
Okay. Like.
The challenge was rejected and the fight can move on in a score of 8-7.
No.
Oh, we see the
Stop.
tactics of the red fighter moving in, placing the punch, and then actually running away, making big
Aslan
distance
Türk.
again
Come here.
to avoid any counterattacks.
Need the doctor. One Ipun.
We have the second
Or
question. Was it in hitting the lips
Need
if
the
that is
doctor?
by accident or even
Yes.
when the
No.
blue
Or
fighter
was-
turns his face? We cannot give a penalty
Trust me.
to the opponent. The VAR check is again on from by request. The coaches have the possibility to challenge one time and ask for a video recheck. And if they are right, they keep the right to make another challenge. If they challenge a wrong situation, they lose the challenge right for this fighter for the rest of the tournament until it is into the medal fights. So there might be more challenges, more video reviews in the beginning of a tournament. The
Hajime.
referee is back. We don't see any reaction. This means for us the request was rejected. We will not have a challenge in this fight anymore. Both coaches used their chances. Chokehold, still from the standing. We cannot see if the neck is
Stop.
free. Stop it, and he's choked
No,
off.
no. Go.
Got unconscious,
Go.
which happens
Go,
in
go,
the
go, go.
fights, but it's not a serious situation as the medical personnel knows how to handle it. This happens fast, and this means as well, fight should be stopped in this time. This is a kind of knockout, not by impact, but a time to finish Kazakh could prove, the fighter in red could prove the superior abilities. And the Mattis get back into shape and position. That we can continue our matches. So that's a very hard fight, extending a lot when we compare. We had fights, they were finished in 50 seconds. And now we have reviews and rechecks in injury time in this one match, which only shows the level of the athletes, which are both tough, equivalent, a little bit too hard for the system. So red is the winner, blue is out of the contest. And I expect to see Alisher again performing in the final of the event today. We had some very good actions, but as well too many breaks in that fight. You see good the strategy. Kazakh is moving in, closing the gap, getting for the point, and before already we have seen the Teguruma in the perfect part here. Blue fighter managed to land on the knees, so maximum score, the Wasari. So he's angling, very nice, in and out. Good action, good tactical behavior. The chokehold, the first one, gaining to 3 points. Sankaku triangle choke. And for the final qualified with a superior performance in that fight, the red fighter representing Kazakhstan. We are looking up for the next match, 77 kilograms. It is, we expect now, we see replays from the 56. We get the best actions of the morning. Moving back. Good counter kick against the forward moving opponent. The armbar, we remember before in the switch. Pushing down and get a sutemiwaza, like the Japanese term is. So we see the origin of Ju-Jitsu from Asian Jiu-Jitsu in Japan is more inside here. And the perfect entrance into the choke in the fight before. Rolled lapel choke. Getting in. In this fight we had many side-to-side positions. Very difficult to judge and decide who turned the throw the right side. In the slow motion here we see very nice evading, blocking the kick, counter punch from the straight punch to the body. And ready. In the next semi-final, Hussein Al-Jizani from Iraq with the red belt against the blue-marked athlete from Uzbekistan, Mashrapov. And if the records are correct, this is the second semi-final. Oh, Uramawashigeri to the head, Ippon score. Very nice executed. A backward round kick.
Mate.
Counter technique below the belt line. In the exchange of kicks, this easily happens.
Please check.
That you slip. This is not intentionally, so the referee don't give a penalty. Nice counter strike. Fantastic. Gyakutsuki to the body. Once again. We see Isipons and the backwards kick. Here he lost balance and slipped, and we are in part 2. The try of a sacrifice throw, Tomenage or head throw, change. So there's much more action when in the fighting system the athletes go in for the guard, passing the guard. They only have 10 to 15 seconds to show a result, or the referee will stop, as we see now, as the focus is on the complete fight, the possibilities for everybody to show a Jiu-Jitsu in the complete.
Hajime.
Athlete from Uzbekistan in guard of athlete of Iraq.
Attack.
The Iraqi athlete was trying to go for a chokehold using the gi.
Hajime.
We are in the last 1 minute, and that was a wonderful Kyakuzuki by the Uzbekistan fighter who straight goes for the takedown. Perfectly executed takedown.
Please check direct, go to the part 2.
So part 2, direct attempt, 2 points.
Passivity part 1. Shido. Hajime.
Warning for the Uzbekistan fighter who directly went in for part 2. Uzbeki fighter here we see is really dynamic with an uncontrolled technique, a kick to the head. That may give him 1 penalty.
3.
And 2 points
You need the doctor.
to the red opponent.
For what?
The score here is 5 points to Iraq and 13 points for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan fighter clearly in the lead. With last 30 seconds left. Uzbeki fighter is really fast, and he is using the level changing technique. He's standing up and going down to score points with Gyakuzuki.
Passivity part 1. Shido. What happened? Need the doctor.
Part 2 passivity for the Uzbekistan fighter.
Hajime.
He needs to go into part 2.
Mate. You can without attack grip. Passivity, part 1. Shido.
And one more warning
Hajime.
to the Uzbekistan fighter. Last 5 seconds. And Uzbekistan fighter on the lead.
Saikomi.
And time up.
Mate. Please.
We saw a very good technique from the Uzbekistan fighter. He had phenomenal speed. He had really brilliant kicks. I'm sure we are going to see all these in the highlights of the 77 kilogram weight category men. That was a brilliant Uramawashigiri to the head kick. Very unexpected and very sneaky. And a super fast takedown by entry. And hold and Uramawashi attempt again. I think this was the first bout where we are seeing so many kicks brilliantly executed. I'm sure our Uzbekistan fighter will definitely get into the finals. Really looking forward to see him in action. Here he had the penalty for the Uramawashigiri, although for the round kick. A round kick is considered as a foul kick, a penalty, because it is an uncontrolled technique. Moving on to the next bout. Kazakhstan against Chinese Taipei. Maxim against Lin.
Okay.
Following our Japanese tradition, we bow before every bout as we show respect towards the referee and our opponent. These are the yokogiris, the distance kicks attempted by Kazakhstan, and a wonderful takedown technique. Kazakhstan scores Ippon in part 1 and part 2. Now trying to go for part 3 with his hooks inserted, and the Chinese Taipei opponent in back control. If he covers 20 seconds in the Osaikomi time,
You mistake.
he can complete the full house and be the winner within the first 40 seconds of the match. The referee on the mats is from Iraq. He's trying to pay close attention to what is happening, as the safety of the athletes is the first priority for our sport. Kazakhstan attempting armbar, which is defended by the Chinese Taipei fighter pretty well. The score is 9-0. 9 for Kazakhstan and 0 for Wong, and we still have 1 minute 15 seconds into this match. Both trying to take grips, and a hip throw attempted, although not successfully. The Taipei fighter seems exhausted. If the fighter from Kazakhstan scores 2 more points, he will win by superiority by a score of 14-0. We still have 1 minute 3 seconds to go.
Hadi.
A point for the
Mate.
fighter from Kazakhstan.
Hadi mi?
That was
Mate.
a very good Rama Shikari executed, although very
Perfect.
strong one.
Are you
The score
okay?
is 16-0.
Yeah. Tas. Sit.
We have a video replay here
Take one.
to check if it was an uncontrolled technique and the impact of the attack.
Hadi mi?
Moving on with the fight, a Gyakuzuki by the Kazakhstan fighter, scoring 1 pawn. And
Usaikomi.
Usaikomi in the last 15 seconds. Score is 22-0. And last 10 seconds for the bout to end.
So we really have a ridiculous situation. We have full ippon and end of the fight time in the
Mate.
same second. You keep the
Please,
fight.
please.
Clear win. Clear win for Maxim, who guarantees his the way into the small final, the bronze medal fights for later. We are on with one more fight, minus 77 kilograms. So this will be the last rapid charge fight for the bout minus 77. We see here a bit even uncontrolled moves of the fighter from Chinese Taipei, which clearly shows why Kazakhstan could win this fight with such a strong lead ahead. Upcoming the last 77 then, except of the finals, which we're going to see in the afternoon. The male category 77 went its way through the eliminations that morning. After this, we are expecting females in the minus 57 category in the same discipline, Ju-Jitsu fighting. But ready on the mat is now the last 77 fight for this morning.
Now,
Kapil
okay.
from India versus Banpot from Thailand. So one of them gets the chance to fight for the bronze in our final block. We will
Hajime.
see who it is. We saw before a couple with a clear disadvantage in distance for punches and kicks. Knee on belly, the control not that stable, but now the
Saikomi.
referee announces Osaikomi, which means 20 seconds will count down in the control to get 2 points and the full score, which is the base for winning by full ippon.
Mate.
20 seconds over, 2 points for the blue fighter. Ippon part 3, and we are back in part 1. Thailand can use the distance advantage. We have Ippon part 1 and part 2. That's it. The blue fighter will have the chance to fight for bronze medal in our final block in the afternoon of the 5th Asian Championship in Abu Dhabi. Coming up, the women in our part. We will see where they are ready. Showing that the females can compete in this discipline as well and show their performance. Very nice, this so-called Haito punch in the circle to the head. And Ouchigari under full control, in the full dynamic. Well done, Thailand, in a clear superior win for that parts. So we're looking forward to the first female fights on our center mat, mat 2 in the Jiu-Jitsu arena. The ladies had been weighed in with less than 57 kilograms. The protective
Patrick, are you
gear,
ready?
shin guards, gloves
Okay.
are mandatory. The fighters are allowed to wear mouth
Referee
guards.
for the
Referee controls the connection to the board and the fight moves on in part 1. Ippon red. A second kick. Red fighter moves clear ahead with some strikes. Obviously much faster in motion.
Mate. Passivity part.
They have to show as well their abilities in the end fight in part
Passivity
2
part 1. Shido.
after scoring. The fighters should move on.
Mate.
Uncontrolled
check.
technique is now questioned by the referee. These are the referee signs. Checking with his colleagues who had the better angle to see it from the other side. As mentioned, if a punch just goes through, this might score as an uncontrolled technique.
Hajime.
Considering if it hits, it will be hard contact and injuring somebody. Thailand could use the situation of the blue fighter losing the balance, just follow up, and the grip looks so easy, so difficult from the timing. And she's forcing the part 3 as well, not let blue escape out of the mat area. Pushing through, passing the guard. Now can you establish control? Can she establish the control to get the hold? It's close to... Can she
Osaikomi!
please? Now Osaikomi is announced. The weight is on the fighter. 20 seconds are running. Half the time over.
Mate.
And we facing Ippon part 1 and part 3 for the red fighter. If she can make the perfect takedown, this fight will be over in few seconds.
So,
Hajime.
and we have one Mawashigiri and Wazari for the red corner. Thailand fighter clearly in the lead with 18 points against the Kazakhstan fighter with 4 points and a brilliant takedown by Thailand and Osaikomi hold. And there's a full lip on and the fight is over. Thailand fighter clearly showing her superiority, wins against the Kazakhstan fighter. Here are some slow motion highlights of the fight. We can see some serious striking happening here with a lot of counters. Catching Mawashigiri, taking the opponent down, using the technique to imbalance. And controlling the opponent in Osaikomi. The winner, Thailand. We are here. We are here at the Jiu-Jitsu arena on the third day of the Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship. Waiting for the red fighter. The bouts of the 57 kg female fighting system weight category. Where we see all the dynamics of all the three parts that make a complete fighter. As there is no show from the Thailand athlete, we have a winner in the blue corner, Kazakhstan. Moving forward, we have Thailand against India. Nanchnath versus Sharma. Referee on the mat from Iraq. And some highlights of the 77 kilogram weight category. The super fast Uzbekistan fighter performing amazing Oshirogiri kick against the Iraqi fighter. And a double leg takedown. Perfectly attempted. Our tradition to bow and respect the opponent and referee. Moving forward, India versus Thailand. Women in the 57 kilogram weight category. Thailand is a really strong contender in the fighting system. One of the top 5 teams, always having a lot of winners, along with Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan in the lead. Again, some highlights of the 77 kilogram weight category and takedowns. In the red corner, we have Thailand, Sengchalat. In the blue corner, we have Archana Sharma from India.
Hajime.
The fight starts with both the athletes being very aggressive.
Hadi.
Both the athletes are in attacking mode.
Sökü.
There was an exchange of punches, and both the athletes scored 1 point.
Hajime.
Wazari for the Thailand athlete. The Thailand athlete trying to go for part 2 against the athlete from India. Athlete from India defending. And there's the back control, part 3.
Saikomi.
Osaikomi time starts with the Thailand athlete controlling back of the Indian athlete. The Indian athlete defending.
Mate.
A point for the red corner in part 3, and a brilliant Gyakuzuki
Hadi.
by the Thailand athlete in part 1. (6-1). Thailand with 6 points, 1 point for India. A Gyakuzuki to the solar probably. In fighting system, hard contact is not allowed. We are here at the Ju-Jitsu arena for the 5th Asian Jiu-Jitsu Championship at Abu Dhabi. We have a medical time here. The doctors are inside the ring. As we consider the safety of the athlete to be the most important thing. The Thailand athlete has Ippon in part 1 and part 3. And the fight starts again. With a score of 6-1. Ippon for Thailand. Thailand athlete going for part 2, where she needs to score an Ippon. The athletes have still not found the key to go for the takedown, each defending the other with grips. And Thailand attempts a takedown, although not completely. With 1 minute to go and a score of 9-1, we are in part 2. Starting in part 1, a Yokogiri that earned Wazari for the Thailand athlete, and an Ushirogiri that earned her Ippon.
What happened? Can you continue? Yes? No? Yeah. Please make up the key.
The referee starts
No. I give.
a discussion with the head referee for the points. Last 30 seconds, and Wazari for red corner and blue corner for the exchange of punches. Both the athletes holding grips. Grips are very important for a takedown. They are also important for controlling the opponent and attempting submission holds. Pulling the opponent into the guard, and the fight is over. Thailand with the score of 13 points. India with a score of 3 points. We have a clear winner here from Thailand. Singchulat, the winner of the women in 57 kilogram weight category in the fighting system even. Shirogiri, it's very important for the athletes to be aware of their opponent. When the referee says stop, they have to stop. Otherwise, they should always be aware and alert. We can see this Ushirogiri attempted by the Thailand athlete at the last minute before Mate scoring her a full Ippon. Moving on forward in the next bout. This is the above 94 kilogram weight category. India against Kazakhstan.
Hajime. Hajime.
Match referee from Iraq. Both the athletes trying to gauge the distance, trying to find their range and moving. Trying fake attacking
Attack.
and distracting techniques, although not attempting any attack. The referee
Passivity
gives
part
passivity
one.
for part
Shido.
1. Warning.
Passivity part 1. Shido. Hajime.
It's very important that the athletes keep attacking each other. They cannot waste time. And
Mate.
a takedown score
What happened?
for the Kazakhstan athlete. In part 2.
Doctor.
Medical time for Team India with referees on a mat. The score is 1-2 with more than 2 minutes to go. 1 for India, 2 for Kazakhstan. We are at the Ju-Jitsu arena at Abu Dhabi on the 3rd day of the 5th Asian Jiu-Jitsu Championship. The winner from Kazakhstan, some highlights of the 57 kilogram women. A Mawashigiri roundhouse kick by the Thailand fighter. And takedown leading to the back control. Back control, a very superior technique, very difficult to break grips. and ushirogiri to the head at the last moment. Well before time, earning the score of ippon. And the highlights of the 77 kilogram weight category, Uzbekistan against Kazakhstan. Very dynamic and technically superior athletes from Kazakhstan displaying very good takedown and ground control skills. Highlights of India against Uzbekistan and Iraq against Uzbekistan and the round kick. We remember this event, this match, where the Kazakhstan fighter scored full ippon against the Chinese Taipei athlete. And the replay of the 57 kg women. Waiting for the next bout. Moving on to the next bout of the 57 kilogram weight category, fighting Ju-Jitsu women. Red corner Kazakhstan and blue corner India. Seems as if Kazakhstan fighter is almost about to attempt score for the Indian fighter, 2 points for the punches. Both trying to get into part 2. Both in the same grip. The Kazakhstan fighter controlling the Indian fighter in full mount. But Osaikomi time started. An Osaikomi time of 10 seconds earns half point and full earns ippon. Ippon for the Kazakhstan fighter in part 3. The score is 2-all for India and Kazakhstan. Each time the fight starts, the first engagement must be from the striking part. Sorry for the blue corner. The fight is still close. Athletes trying to get grips. And pull guard by the Indian athlete, which was countered by the Kazakhstan athlete. And moving on to the control position.
Up. Okay.
Last 30 seconds, Kazakhstan has scored a pawn in part 1 and part 3. Part 1, 4 pawns for the Indian fighter. The score is equal for all, and we are in the last 30 minutes of this match.
Okay.
A yokogiri, but imbalanced. Kazakhstan fighter attempting a strangle on the Indian fighter.
Stop.
Winner in the red corner, Kazakhstan. The highlights of the current bout, where the blue tried to attempt Uchimata and the hip throw,
No fight.
but it was well countered by the Kazakhstan athlete. And Ayuchi for simultaneous synchronized attacking. A triangle that ended not in the submission but time up.
So the running schedule shows that coming up one male fight plus 94 kilograms. It's now in between. This should be the first round of the 94 to keep the bout under control. And then we are back with female fights minus 75 kilograms. Ready here. Asamat from Kazakhstan against Netip from Thailand. The Thai fighter already did his fights in the plus category in the Jiu-Jitsu, so he's already medal winner of this event. If I remember correctly, he did the bronze medal in the Jiu-Jitsu Nevasa,
Hajime.
but now here in the fighting system he will try as well. In the heavyweight, the movement's different, both fighters not at all. Some Wasari scores. Blue managed to get a point. So Kazakhstan bowing down the red fighter to control the situation. So just from the body position already, Thailand is more offensive, even putting a higher risk of getting countered. But that should classically lead to a passivity position. And
Saikomi.
it is control. The fighters were a bit confused, not reacting. The Osaikomi hold is on. I see a score for blue on the scoreboard in the back.
Mate.
In Japanese terms, the Tadishi Okatamo, the mount position, as we know it. Another 2 points, and Netip is going ahead in that fight.
Hajime.
That was a roundhouse kick, and Vasari for Kazakhstan, and counterpunch, and Vasari for Thailand. We have very fast athletes and very fast exchange of attacking in the plus 94 kilogram weight category, with the score of 2-7, Kazakhstan against Thailand, both moving on to the part 2. Thailand attempting the takedown, single leg takedown, attempted and controlled. Osaikomi time started. Kazakhstan fighter seems a little gassed out.
Mate. Guys, forget. One Wasari for the red.
The category plus 94 kilograms is again a round robin fight. That's why we have this fight in between the bout, not to have breaks later on when we go in the full round.
The winner
Hajime.
Can be Thailand if he makes a full Ippon score in part 1. This is what is missing. If he can convince with a strong and perfect technique in part 1, the fight would be over before the time is run out. But he prefers to stay safe and move to part 2.
Last 15 seconds. Thailand attempting sweep techniques for takedown. The score is 4-12.
Mate.
No surprises in the end of the fight. Netip from Thailand clearly ahead. Winning the first fight of a round robin. It's 4 fighters facing each other. Everybody has to fight the other one.
The winner Thailand by the score of 12 points. Some highlights of the plus 94 kilogram fight that we just had.
So we see Nat abuses quite often the back fist. Takedown, single leg takedown combined with a foot sweep. And here we have the back fist even with the open hand slapped to the head of the opponent, scoring these points. And we are back in the female minus 57 kilograms. Thailand versus Thailand. Means both of them
Hajime.
have done well in the rounds before.
Both the girls attempting the exchange of punches, Gyakuzuki techniques against each other, moving on to the gripping and a single leg takedown by the red Thailand fighter. With Osaikomi time already within the first 30 seconds of the match.
I have a delay.
What we have here is the semi-final match.
Mate.
So the brackets made it. This bracket gave us a curious constellation now that the first semi-final match is really Thailand versus Thailand, and the second semi-final is two Kazakh fighters against. In some special constellations, this can happen.
And we have a full ippon here with winner in the red corner, Thailand, Nangchanat.
And that determines immediately the bronze medal to the other fighter.
I'm tired.
Sup 1D, in this case, already won the bronze medal, while Nangchanat will go for the final against the winner of the next fight.
That Uraken technique that scored the red corner and a pawn.
So to avoid break times,
we are here on the third day of the 5th Asian Jiu-Jitsu Championship at Jiu-Jitsu Arena. The 5th Asian Jiu-Jitsu Championship is conducted by the Jiu-Jitsu Asian Union. Plus 94 kilogram, Kazakhstan against Thailand. Ibar versus Netip. Netip, the medalist in our earlier championship. An experienced athlete who we just saw exchanging wonderful attacks, going for a sweep and a single leg takedown at the same time, with Osaikomi time emerging out successfully. Exchange of Mawashigiris and a score of Wazari for the blue corner. Thailand attempting the sweep technique with grips on against Kazakhstan. Both the athletes are extremely aggressive.
Mate. Sorry. Come. Keep. Sonu mama.
As this was Sonu Mama, the fight is going to start from the place where it was stopped in the same position.
Yush.
A penalty of Shido to the Kazakhstan athlete. Both the athletes attempting takedown. Osaikomi time. For the back control is yet to start. Osaikomi time for the Thailand athlete, who is progressively moving on to the back control, attempting the third part. He had followed the same strategy again in his earlier fight. We are almost at half-time. The score is 0-3. 0 for Kazakhstan, 3 for Thailand. The winner is yet to be announced. We have a score of 5 points now for the Thailand athlete. A Mawashigiri and Gyakuzuki by the Thailand athlete, earning him 2 more points. And moving on to hold on the grips and displaying similar technique. Again, sweeping, moving, and moving forward for the takedown.
Sonomama. Passivity part 2. Shido.
Warning for the red corner, a penalty. Shido in the part 1 for not attempting the striking techniques and moving on directly into the second part. A defense to the takedown by the Thailand athlete. As both the athletes are in the safety area, they have to be brought back to the center of the mat. Seems like both the athletes are really enjoying this fight with each other. There is a smile on the face of the Kazakhstan athlete. Roundhouse kick Well executed.
Mate.
With the score of 3 points for Kazakhstan and 9 points for Thailand, we have a winner in the blue corner, Netip, Thailand. Some highlights in slow motion. A roundhouse kick blocked and a counter of Mawashigiri. And again, some exchange of striking. Moving on to the next bout, 57 kilogram women. Aliva from Kazakhstan against Almira from Kazakhstan.
Hajime.
First Atemi striking by the red corner, owning her Wazari to get into the gripping part and an attempted takedown. And a single leg takedown with control.
Saikome.
Red corner, passed the guard and went into side control, earning her the Usaikumi time.
Mate.
Part 2 Ippon and Part 3 Ippon for the red corner.
Hajime.
Equal score for the same attacks exchanged by the two Kazakh fighters.
Mate.
Full Ippon for the red corner. Winner in the red corner, Aliva Telepova, in the 57 kilogram weight category of female fighting Ju-Jitsu.
Aslan. Aslan.
Adult male plus 94 kilogram weight category. Kazakhstan versus Kazakhstan. Aybar against Azamat. Kazakhstan, a very good team in fighting system, a strong team, a big team with good techniques, good dedication, and a lot of experience.
Hajime.
That was a good Gyakuzuki and Yukiri earning Vazari and Ippon score for the blue opponent with Uraken again.
Mate. Don't take. Shido.
A penalty for the red corner.
Hajime.
Vazari for the red corner and Ippon for Uraken. Both the fighters need to go into part 2 soon. Mawashigiri and counter-strike by the athlete in the blue corner. Proceeding to the part 2 with a score of 2 points and 12 points. 2 for the red, 12 for the blue. And a takedown, counter takedown by the red athlete, trying to control, passing the guard and getting into the side control.
Mate.
For the athlete in the red corner, tapping. Ippon in the third part.
Please, 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 please.
Blue corner wins by full Ippon.
Hey, guys.
Winner from Kazakhstan. Uraken and Haitu by the athlete in blue corner with a sacrifice throw, cleverly controlled. We see a lot of Urakens and Haitus in fighting system because they are good for long range and they are not straight direct attacks on the face, as we consider the safety of the athletes first. Attacking to the face directly is prohibited and considered a foul technique in fighting Ju-Jitsu. We are here at the Ju-Jitsu arena. This is the third day of the event.
So we have a change of setup on the center mat. We use this time to see the highlights of the fighting women from this morning. Domination in the lightweight of the ladies. Clearly getting her team member, her team colleague, under control. Exchange of kicks, mawashigeris, and yeah, the impressive power of the heavyweight athletes when it comes to contact and controlling each other. The Jiu-Jitsu International Federation has no maximum weight limit, so in some events we really see massive men in the fights. In the fighting system there is a limitation because you must be flexible as well. You must be able to move fast for the part one. So two big fighters might be limited. Here the change of the arm technique, back fist, change into a high toe to the inner punch. Doing this very clever in exchanging the moves. And an overthrow from the move. The 5th Asian Championship, the most successful now, having the biggest number of athletes. 2 years ago we met in Mongolia for games of that Asian Championship, but here to Abu Dhabi this year we have more participants showing up. 17 countries participating in these events. And despite losing balance, you can get the points. Oh, perfect entry to the choke, rolled over. Very quick choke when you not get out in the first second of the approach. We have now the pleasure to see another discipline. This is the discipline of Show Jiu-Jitsu, designed in a concept of presenting the idea of self-defense, the idea of competitive situations of a team, showing a free demonstration with a minimum number of techniques in a show-like presentation. So they are acting, they are playing. Even in the finals, it's even allowed to use music if by the organizer. Speed, precise techniques. The idea of a bully starting the fight, being aggressive, and how the traditional self-defense would look like in the idea of a martial art. Nice throw, the Tayotoshi, down from the arm. And here the game of the female bully against the man, it looks like. Flexibility, fast movement. And nice overthrow, so an overturned outside Seoinage. The defense against weapon is included. Clever idea to bring the weapon inside the threat. And jump to the next scissor. And the knife get involved. The demonstration is maximum 2 minutes long. And we have 4 teams in this final round, which get decided by score. So the first presentation in this mixed show competition from Pakistan. And we are looking for the score. 3 referees giving scores between 0 and 10. From here we can see it's an 8-8-7 score for these 2 athletes for the technical score. And now the jury is going to give a score for the show elements, for the artistic part. And same, it's 8-8-7, the total score of this first team from Pakistan in their show demonstration, show Ju-Jitsu. As said, the idea combining the classic idea of self-defense and technical skills with a presentation, show elements, and the move. Next team coming up is a mixed team from Thailand. We have here 3 different categories. It's a team of 2 men, a team of 2 women, and the mixed competition. So here we see the final 4 of the mixed competition. Men training, working together with a woman. They are a couple, they trained this discipline before. Tayatoshi with a strong dynamic. Moving on. Evading and training the skills of traditional self-defense moves. Mixed team Thailand in the show competition. And their show starts as a couple. A couple with jealousy. And there is some trouble coming up. Fights and the moves seem to be much faster in the team we saw before. Even the technical presentation was maybe not this precise. And a jump in armbar, climbing up, takedown. Very nice move. It is allowed to use additional equipment. This is the scarf now here. So making some techniques, including one additional item, is part of the show. The teams can do this. Weapon attack with a baton. Sotomake komi. Nice. And this couple gonna settle their arguments in another way. Knife defense questioned. Yokobakare jump in. Sutemiwaza. And so the engagement ring was given back due to this conflict. We see the score of the jury. First, they only should regard the technical presentation, how precise the techniques have been, how fast. And we see a higher score than had been applied for Team Pakistan. We have 9, 8.5 and a 6.5. The show elements. 9, 9, 8.5. So the first team, Thailand, goes ahead. A better score than Team Pakistan, which was before. It's 4 teams in the bout, showing their presentation and get compared by the point by the highest rank points to each other. Here the cause of the troubles. Phone call from another person. And we see some very good extreme speedy Jiu-Jitsu moves of the classic self-defense elements. Another team from Pakistan is in. So every category it's allowed to put 2 athletes or 2 teams from each nation. And we go for the next demonstration in show. Making fun of the lady, she disagrees and is ready to fight for her rights. Jump in Yoko Wakare, and he move away. Soto Toshi. Putting your attacker in position using arm locks and wrist locks. Against an opposing opponent, these techniques are far more difficult to apply, will never look like this, but they are all based on the traditional self-defense techniques, which are used in Jiu-Jitsu, which came back. And we must as well remind that some of the elements you find are based on samurais wearing an armor, so a wrist lock has a different effect than you will see it without this equipment. Knife attack. Here we can consider there's more element on the show, the technical precision, the speed is different to the team we saw before. But in between the elements of acting, showing much stronger, and the presentation of the second team belonging to Pakistan. The referee is asking for the technical score.
8.5, 6.5, 8.5, 8.
Yes, that was to expect that they got lower score than the team Thailand before, similar to another team.
6.5, 8, 8.
And the show scored a bit better, but still behind the Thai team, which was already in. Nice and impressive, these ideas of show moves, of acting in between all the elements.
we have
Technical score.
a score
Ante.
of 8, 8.5 and 8.5 for the technique displayed by the Thailand athletes
Ante.
in their presentation,
8.5.
and the show score 8.5, 9 and 8.5. Clearly a superior score than the earlier presentation. A very clever use of the walking stick. As we all know how important is self-defense in today's world, every single item that we carry can be used as a weapon. A walking stick, an umbrella, and it can be effectively used against a knife, which is a very dangerous weapon. This was a beautiful technical presentation showing the woman in a clearly dominating position, displaying very interesting skills. In the show system, the techniques have to be presented with Atemi first. An attacker tries to attack, and then the defender gives the reaction to that attack. Team India performing bystander tries to steal the bag from the woman.
So this is the fifth team in this mixed competition. It's the elimination. The best four will go for the final, which we'll see in the end of the final round. Here is moving on. That one. Stick attack, hip throw. And a clear answer to some abusive activities. Showing the mix of martial art and artistic skills. And the threat with the knife to be defended, breaking the arm to release the weapon, and the final punch to stop the attacker. Forcing apology. And that is the end of the show of Team India, and the best four teams will move into the final for the medals.
Technical score. On tape. 6.5, 8, 7.
A bit split the score for the technical point.
On tape.
Sometimes referees concentrate on different point of views, on different technical aspects, which is pretty difficult, especially when it comes to self-defense. Opinions divert, but that's why we have an international crew scoring in the points. It's here Thailand, Indonesia and Pakistan in the judging team. The attacker trying to steal the bag, and how ladies can defend in that case. So the elimination rounds of the 5th Asian Championship are over. We are waiting for the final block starting in half an hour. Half an hour we will see the final block moving in the final techniques of fighting system and the show system, including the medal ceremonies. You can now enjoy the awarding ceremonies of the categories which already finished, which had been in a round robin mode. Enjoy.
All right, ladies and gents, we're back with the prize presentation podium. Our first 4 podiums for this evening. The president of the Jiu-Jitsu International Federation, Mr. Panayotis, and your guests. Please come and join us if you like here at the prize presentation podium. Suresh as well, if you want to come and join us. Just to award the medals. We're hoping somebody from Abu Dhabi TV can be with us to operate the camera. If anybody's here from Abu Dhabi TV, please, to operate the camera, just thank you. We're going to start with the female above 70 kilogram division. In third place from India, Meenu Kumari. In second place from Kazakhstan, Anastasia Libushunka. Second place. And in first place from Thailand, it's Ariwan Chansri. Mr. Panayotis, if you want to go ahead and... Thank you very much. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Next up on the podium, we have the under 45 kilogram fighting female category. In third place, from Tajikistan, Malika Boboeva. Malika. In second place, from India, Badie Sharma. In second place. And in first place, from Thailand, Tadapon Sako. First place, the under 45 female fighting category. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you very much. Well done, ladies. Congratulations. Many, many congratulations. Our next category is in the adults show for men. In third place, hailing from Pakistan, we have Dilwar Khan Sanan, Sanan Dilanar Khan, and Rashid Muhammad Ali. Also in third place, hailing from Pakistan, Muhammad Ammar and Abu Huraira. In second place, from Thailand, Panuwat Diatam and Warut Sangron. And in first place, also from Thailand, Charachai Kiptongsri and Warut Netpong. First place, Thailand. This is the showmen. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you guys, well done, well done. Show women is next. We'll start off with the third place, hailing from Pakistan, Kanat Arif and Isra Wasim from Pakistan in third place. Let's go. Also in third place, from India, Roni Kalam and Vadi Sharma. Second place in the show women from Thailand, Chamsa and Lalita Yunan. Second place goes to Thailand. And in first place, also from Thailand, Supawadi Kasaranen and Kunsatri Kimsroy. First place, Thailand. This is the show women. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Congratulations, ladies. Well done. What an amazing day it's been for Thailand. All the gold medals so far. Well done. Amazing performances by India, by Pakistan. Next up is the under 48. Under 48 female fighting. Under 48 female fighting. Next up is the female fighting under 48 kilogram category. In third place from India, Navya Pandey in third place. Also in third place from Kazakhstan, Gulgaisha Abdur Rasul. Third place Kazakhstan. In second place from India, it's Roni Kalam. And in first place from Thailand, Kanjuta Parabunsorn. First place, Thailand. This is the under 48 kilogram female fighting. Thank you very much. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you very much, ladies. Well done. Next up is the female fighting under 70 kilograms. Female fighting under 70 kilograms. There's only first and second place. Thank you very much, ladies. Well done. The female fighting under 70 kilograms. In second place from India, Shivani Gupta. And in first place from Thailand, Onanong Bangrishok. In first place, Thailand. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. I believe we have one more, gentlemen, one more if I may. The under 63 kilograms, female fighting, under 63 kilogram, female fighting. In third place from India, Pooja Rawat, Pooja, third place. Also in third place from India, Kaur Mandeep. In second place from Thailand, Kun Satri, Kunsroy. And first place also goes to Thailand, Orapa Senatam. Orapa first place, Thailand. This is the female fighting under 63 kilograms. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. And the final podium for the moment, the under 56 kilogram fighting male. Under 56 kilogram fighting male. In third place, this is the under 56 kilogram fighting male. In third place from Thailand, Komkirit Konin. Second place from Kazakhstan, Yeldos Kabinov. And first place from Kazakhstan, Zenis Nurbayev. Congratulations, gentlemen. And now for the national anthem of Kazakhstan. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Paniotis. Thank you, Mr. Fahad Ali. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be back with the finals on the TV mat, live on Abu Dhabi Sports in just a couple of minutes, and more presentation podiums for you later on this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Of the 52 kilogram weight category. India versus Thailand. In the red corner, Nachaya from Thailand. In the blue corner, Anupama from India. Adults female, 52 kilogram weight category. Today is the third day of the 5th Ju-Jitsu Asian Championship at the Jiu-Jitsu Arena, Abu Dhabi. The 5th Asian Jiu-Jitsu Championship is conducted by the Jiu-Jitsu Asian Union recognized by the Olympic Council of Asia. We have the support from WADA, the World Anti-Doping Agency. Thailand and India, along with Kazakhstan, are the largest teams for this event. Despite all the COVID restrictions, they have managed to emerge, they have managed to participate and emerge out on top. We are having the fighting Jiu-Jitsu event today, a discipline that is slightly different than the Nevaza Jiu-Jitsu. We promote the complete technique in an athlete. We have part 1, part 2, and part 3. In the fighting Jiu-Jitsu, in part 1, we go for the striking. In part 2, we have to go for takedowns and throws. In the part 3, we go for pinholds and submissions. All these parts combined together make a complete martial artist. This event is not a full contact event, and as we believe in the safety of the athlete, it's slightly different than the other jiu-jitsu disciplines. We have feather contact in the striking system, and the fights don't stop after the submission holds. The best way to win is through a full ippon, which is ippon in part 1, that is the striking area, part 2, that is the takedowns area, and part 3, holds and submissions. Adults, female, under 52 kg, in the red corner, Sugun. In the blue corner, Anupama Swain. The match referee, one of the most experienced referees we have, from Kazakhstan, Aslan Ospanov.
Ready? Ready? Admit! Mate! Mate! Go. It was a grip and punch, did you see? Wait, no. Yeah, for blue. And also, it was a throw. Okay. Blue, grip and punch. Shido.
Having a quick start in this final game.
Hajime!
And immediately the control of the techniques. Clear takedown. Will she be able to pass the foot and get control? But very strong grip of the Thai girl keeps her down.
Mate!
And the referee stops the ground fight and want to see action in stand-up.
Ready? Hajime! Mate! I gave one Shido for the grip and punch. Already.
Break question of the coach. Did he want to challenge?
Hajime!
No, he did not. Ask for video review.
Mate. Mate.
Evaded well,
Control.
countered with a
Agree.
punch.
Blue. Uncontrolled technique. Chu.
But as well,
Zme.
uncontrolled technique. Get announced. Point India. Followed by a score of the red athlete. Both are banded down strongly. It's a pretty passive position. Only very few techniques are really possible to apply. Avoiding, and the referee stops.
Stay in the grip. Stay. Take the grips. Take the grip. Blue.
And it
Passivity
was
part
to
2.
expect it.
Shido.
He gives penalties.
Ready?
The Shido penalty for pushing down and avoiding any activity for the blue fighter. Yeah, the position is not designed to really go for the throws, and the attempts are more weak. Can actually expect the next passivity if they are not changing the strategy and the movements. Referee would move in. Finally, India managed to move and grab a leg for a variation of single leg takedown. And we have a blockage situation again. It looks like the red athlete from the red corner avoids all risk, knowing she is ahead in points. And her strategy seems to work off. 15 seconds left. 4 points ahead. She will more likely risk another penalty instead of going any risk of getting counted out. And in final, an 8-4 result.
The winner is red.
So,
Both to each other. Both to the. Thank you, girls.
clear win for the athlete from Thailand with the red
Need
marks.
to switch.
The red coming from the red corner. Finishing this tournament successfully as the winner and the new Asian champion for 2021. And congratulations to the silver medal from athlete for India. She actually had a few very good actions, but the Thai athlete could score more precise.
Maybe. 57-kilogram weight category. Thailand against Kazakhstan. Thailand in red corner, Kazakhstan in blue corner. Mawashigiri by the Thailand athlete, scoring her an point. An ippon for the takedown for the Kazakhstan athlete. Moving on to the third part, trying to take back control. The score is 1-4. 1 for Thailand, 4 for Kazakhstan. After passing the guard,
Mate.
referee stops the bout. Some time for the Thailand athlete to tie her belt.
Hajime.
A clean Mawashigiri by the Thailand athlete, earning her a Wazari 2 times back to back. And one more.
Mate. Recheck the takedown. Recheck the takedown.
Waiting for the decision on the takedown. This is the adult female 57 kilogram weight category. Thailand against Kazakhstan. Clean striking point for Thailand. Moving on to the takedown. Thailand trying to pass guard. And go into Saikomi. She is in high mount position, a very good control position to pin down the opponent and definitely earn those Saikomi ippon in the third part.
Mate.
Looks like all that aggression paid off for the Thailand fighter.
Hey, listen to me.
Thailand has taken lead 6-5. Last 1 minute remaining in the bout.
Yeah.
The coach from Kazakhstan is challenging the decision. We go for a video review. The head referee has to check the last decisions and point given. One chance to challenge the coach has. He has precisely to explain which situation he disagree with.
No.
And the head referee communicating with the mat referee testing. So challenge lost, which means as well he has no second chance to complain in this fight and ask for the review. The grip is made, no kicks and punches allowed anymore.
Check. Passivity blue.
And another challenge. Thailand challenges the decision of the kicking situation
court.
or of passivity.
Shido.
And yes, the mat referee follows this request or this complaint and passes passivity to Kazakhstan, which again goes very fast into the part 2. But Thailand can take the back, getting leading position in the ground fight. Now the question will be, can she apply a hold? A hold of control. And it's there. The 20 seconds are running. Even the situation looks not fully under control, but we see the Kazakh girl cannot move. She's under control.
Yeah.
The 20-second bend over, 2 more points for Thailand and 3 seconds left to fight.
Oh, sorry.
3 seconds overtime, so the
Second. Hajime.
fights 2, 1.
Okay.
So win to the red corner, representing the national team of Thailand in the category minus 57 kilogram. Perfect approach. She could land on the side, move to the sidewards, but that still should give a good score. Obviously, the Kazakh lady more an expert in the contact fight compared to the abilities and kicks and punches, where simply the Thai lady made more points and winning this fight. Going for the next round. Man minus 62 kilograms. And that is a bronze medal fight. We call it the small final. In the background we see the other mat is the second bronze medal. Moving on the center mat for the bronze medal fighting athlete from Tajikistan and from Iran. Oh, nice throw. Ippon in part 2 for the fighter from Iran. And now he tries to avoid getting into a chokehold. And uses this to pass the guard, getting a hold technique, but the referee stops as the proceeding is going too slow. Back in the match. So the red fighter straight tries to go in the contact in part 2.
Let passivity part 1. Shido.
And here we got the passivity for not applying part 1, for not even trying to make any scores, any activities in part 1 in the kicking and striking distance. That was an accidental slip. A very nice scene of fair play that the fighter immediately apologized for applying that kick, hitting the groin. It was not strong, The event just went on. Actually, a very short moment, but a big moment of fair play in our sport. No point valid action in that. Getting on. Yeah, the fighter in blue is in the side position, ready for long distance kicks. So not easy to get around this barrier of the front leg, which can very fast stop or score. But the referee is not happy with the activity. Passivity scored for the two fighters. And that's exactly this activity was after stop, so there should be no points awarded for that throw. Even it was a very nice takeover of the momentum. And there is the review, given advice, the head referee, the evaluator, supports the mat referees. And very clear. Oh, even moving the hit up. But the strategies are clearly to see. Tajikistan, the red fighter, is looking for takedowns. He wants to go for part two directly, avoids any losses of points in part one. The blue fighter is able to avoid these heavy takedowns, and here this is the kick to the head, which must be evaluated and checked.
Okay.
Pretty sure this was meant to go to the chest and not for the head. Now Tajikistan worked properly, applying the punch before looking to reach the contact fight. But it's the grip and punch, so he pulled on while he went for the punch. A very defensive fight position for Iran, the blue fighter, bowing strongly down to avoid any risk. Giving a point up to the red fighter. Mosavi 6 points ahead. And if he can take over now in the ground fight and get into control, he even can finish the fight. But 3 seconds left. 2. The result is there. We find 1 bronze medal in the Jiu-Jitsu fighting system for Iran on this mat. 9 points to 3. Clear result. Even both fighters did a good performance. The opponent from Tajikistan didn't make it easy. And fights can turn very fast. That was a fantastic counter in the very beginning of the fight. The kick slipped up over the shoulder to the head. Neither a penalty and not a score as well, because it just slipped over. And big friendship is what is the real value of Jiu-Jitsu. The fighters fight as hard as possible during the match, but there is a strong community. We get ready for the final. the same category, men, minus 62 kilograms. The light and fast competitors. We have the representatives of Kazakhstan and from Thailand going for this gold medal. Oh, very nice. Uramavashigeri, perfectly applied, super fast. Amir Koshpin saw this technique and scored Ippon for red in part 1. Fast action. Kazakhstan under pressure, but able to counter as well. This is active fight in part 2. That's what we want to see. Foot sweeps. Due to the high speed they move, it's difficult to apply the techniques, but it puts up a lot of pressure to the opponent. Tayotoshi from the red athlete, Ippon part 2. So he's ahead and he has the hold. When he can proceed the next 20 seconds, this fight is decided. And Kazakhstan can take the gold medal. But the blue fighter gets out of the hold and the fight will continue. Kazakhstan ahead with Ippon in part 1 and part 2. And 4-0 in the score.
Azimi.
5-0, just the last point got announced for this whole technique, which lasted longer than 10 seconds, but less than 20.
Mate.
Second try, but the
Please check.
athlete got underneath.
That's it.
So very fast left kick.
Yeah, not control. Chui. Not control. Chui. Azimi.
And here in the video review, they analyze that situation. And they announce an uncontrolled technique. Again, Ippon part 1 for Tsuki. The fist strike. So both of these fighters are able to score in part 2. So both are very careful, giving the opponent not much chance to apply the techniques. Another score, Vasari, 1 point for the Uchimata low approach.
Mate.
Here it seems like the fighters don't want to lose energy in the ground fight. The mix of dynamic and static activities is very exhausting. And you must have a good strategy for your energy consumption. 28 seconds left. Nice apply from red, but directly countered from Kazakhstan, from Thailand with a punch as well. The next time, try to control the opponent. But I think both of them know the fight is over, actually. The resistance of blue was really less. The good fighters, the professionals, they always have one eye on the scoreboard. They know exactly what time they have. Communicate with their coaches on different lines, listening to them. Congratulations to Abu Bakr for the gold medal of the Asian Championship. It's not the first time he's showing up with his abilities. He's an experienced fighter with many medals and titles.
Clean Uramaushigiri technique demonstrated by the Kazakhstan fighter. Next we have the adult male under 69 kg weight category, Thailand against Chinese Taipei. This is the bronze medal fight.
Hajime.
An equal score and a score of
Mate.
Wazari for the red corner for the Yokogiri.
The red.
Review request for the blue, a Yokogiri kick. Although well applied, it appears to be half slipped on the uniform of the Thailand athlete.
It's okay. Hajime.
And no score was awarded. A point for the red corner. Blue corner moving on to the takedown, which was successfully countered by the Thailand athlete and moving into the guard position. And then passing the guard and moving onto the side control.
Saikomi.
Leading to part 3, Osaikomi time. The score is 5-0, 5 for the Thailand athlete and 0 for the Chinese Taipei athlete.
Hajime.
A pawn in the part 3 for the Thailand athlete. Clear point of Yokogiri for the blue corner. Red corner Wazari
Mate.
for the counter Mawashi. The Thailand athlete has taken a lead of 7 points already.
Chui.
There's a penalty for the Chinese Taipei athlete.
Hajime.
After the exchange of kicks, there was a clean takedown by the Thai athlete, earning him a full pawn before the halftime is over of this bout. The winner in the red corner, Thailand, the bronze medalist of the under 69 kilogram weight category, Suntorn Sarin. This is the takedown that earned him his victory. By completion of Ippon and score in the part 2. We are in the second half on the third day of the Jiu-Jitsu Championships. This is the final fight, Kazakhstan against Kazakhstan. 69 kilogram weight category.
始め
These athletes are very fast. Clear score of Yokogiri for the blue corner. And a Gyakuzuki point. Again for the blue corner. Uncontrolled technique by the red corner.
The red not control. Chui.
A technique that earned him a penalty and
始め
a score for the blue corner. A clean Gyakuzuki for the red corner.
待て What happened? Yeah. 始め
This is the final fight between Kazakhstan and Kazakhstan. And one more uncontrolled technique by the red
check.
corner. We have a video review.
Please
A kick to the
tell
head.
me which belt. Which belt?
That does look painful. And after the kick, he is going straight for the takedown.
Chui. Chui.
This is the second chui,
Ansukumake.
and that has led to the disqualification of the red corner. Winner, clearly in the blue corner, Nur Sultan from Kazakhstan.
So Nursultan Kunov was able to defend his title. He is the Asian champion from 2019, the last Asian championship conducted in Mongolia, in Ulaanbaatar 2 years ago. So he was ahead in the lead. Finally, he won by disqualification of the opponent for uncontrolled techniques. See the activities here. Keeping his title and being the #1 of Asia. Here in the big picture we see the second bronze medal fight is going on mat #1. Here still Iran and Iraq are battling for the bronze medal. What you can see down in the background It seems to be a tough fight. They're not giving any inch to the opponent. And we are waiting. We are waiting for the next round. And can enjoy some of the best offs from our competition day in Jiu-Jitsu fighting system. What we have seen before. Explosive attacking and taken down in the fights performed by India. But we remember the Thai lady was able to use the advantage in part one, scoring points with the fast hits and kicks, and could finally win this challenge with more precise techniques in the part one. And here we see India just rushing in. So as well deserved for the Thai lady with the red belt to win this match. And as mentioned, the atmosphere here, we have another replays of fight Kazakhstan versus Thailand with perfect applied throwing techniques, very deep, moving under the opponent and turning her over. Control moves. In that case, Thailand was able to move, gain the control, so-called ozaikomi, control hold, which have to be applied for 20 seconds. And the ladies showed clearly that they can hold up with the technical skills of the men. They are on one level. Fantastic activity in this combination, the destabilization of the opponent. That was a slided up kick, looking very spectacular, but without any effect and no score. But it could have been. Full score. The athletes often know each other, and even if they don't know each other, the partnership, the friendship. Ura Mavashigeri from the Kazakh athlete, perfect applied, and a fantastic takedown in this Tayatoshi. This championship is a big step, a big part of the qualification to the World Games. The World Games 2022, which will be conducted in Birmingham, Alabama, USA next year in July. This is for the Jiu-Jitsu, the most important global event. Oh, fantastic applied. Oh, Chigari. Moving into the control. The athletes here can gain important points for participating, and the qualification goes by world ranking. Only the 96 worldwide best athletes are allowed to participate in the World Games. Here we saw replays from the last final fight. The two Kazakh athletes going for gold and silver medal. And actually very good fight of good athletes. Taking over the kicks, the transition to the ground. We will have in Abu Dhabi the World Championship 2021 in the end of October and the first week of November. This will be the big apply, the final qualification for the World Games. And the World Games are fully recognized by the International Olympic Committee, and all Olympic sports which are new in the program, had been new in the program of Tokyo and who will ever apply for Paris. All sports had been tested out before in the World Games. Here, very nice, the very fantastic combination activity. The block of the kick destabilized the athlete, and when he got up again, Iranian fighters took straight over in a Tanyotoshi throw, getting the kicks from the other side. The backward kick, the Uramawashigeri, one of the most spectacular ones in this competition, I would say. And perfect applied. So from this other perspective, we end the third day of the Asian Championship. One more day. Tomorrow gonna be the challenges in the full contact discipline to be applied. That's then another competition style conducted by the Ju-Jitsu International Federation, which is running now 5 disciplines on that level of Asian Championship. We have the show competition. One more final in this show competition will come up. We have the fighting system. We had 2 days of Jiu-Jitsu, Newaza called sometimes, or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the main discipline of the local fighters. And tomorrow we will have the duo system, a technical competition, and full contact Jiu-Jitsu in application. Jiu-Jitsu is a sport for everybody. The ladies play in the same manner like the men. We divide in weight categories to give similar opportunities by strength. So-called drop seonage, jumping down on the knees, pulling over the opponent. Pushing over, and here the hold gets applied.
Just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we're with you on the prize presentation podium for 4 more podium displays, 4 more celebrations, of course, of the third day's action here on the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship in Abu Dhabi. Just a few more minutes. If I can have our photographers and our cameraman please be ready. We'll be with you very, very shortly to present 4 more sets of gold, silver and bronze medals to our winners today. What a day it's been, especially for Thailand. They've been winning nearly everything. But of course, tough competition from Iran, from Iraq, from India, from Pakistan, from Kazakhstan, from Uzbekistan, from Tajikistan. All the finest in Jiu-Jitsu, combat and fighting, of course, male, female and mixed, all here in Abu Dhabi. Third day today. Tomorrow will be the last day. Of course, we'll be ready for you from 10 o'clock in the morning. Please remember, from 8 till 12, PCR testing is on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor for your PCR testing from 8 until 12 o'clock, until noon tomorrow. Make sure you get your PCR test. Just a couple of minutes and then we start with our prize presentation. Can have our photographers ready, please? Our photographers and our cameraman. Back with you at the prize presentation podium, Saad Mohammed Salim Al-Dhahiri, Naib Rais Ittihad Al-Imarat Al-Jiu-Jitsu, the Vice President of the UAE Jiu-Jitsu Federation, to join us, please. Mr. Mohammed Salim Al-Dhahiri. Mr. Suresh as well, please, can you join us, Mr. Suresh? Please join us on the prize presentation for the second round of podium for this afternoon. And we still have two more finals on the center mat, live, of course, on Abu Dhabi Sports. His Excellency Mohammed Salim Al-Dhahiri, if you can join us, please. Saad Mohammed Salim Al-Dhahiri, Naib Rais Ittihad Al-Imarat Al-Jiu-Jitsu. Deputy Chairman, please come and join us. And Mr. Panayiotis is going to join us as well. The more the merrier for our next four podiums. We'll begin with the under 52 kilograms female fighting, that is, female fighting. In third place from India, Subiash Akshata. This is the under 52 kilogram. Also in third place from Kazakhstan, Shahnoza Tacheva in third place. In second place from India, Anupama Swan. Anupama in second place. And first place from Thailand, Nuchaya Sugon. Nuchaya first place, the under 52 kilogram female fighting. Big smile group photo before we continue with our finals and our podiums, of course. And we're going to hear it at least one more time today, the national anthem of Thailand. Fantastic, well done, well done. What an eventful day it has been for Thailand today. Wow, day 3 belongs to Thailand, I think. So many gold medals. And congratulations also to India doing so well, to Pakistan, to Iraq, to Kazakhstan. Moving on to the under 57 female fighting. Under 57 kilogram female fighting. In third place from Kazakhstan, Almira Yelkayeva. Also third place from Thailand, Supawadi Kudursaren. Second place from Kazakhstan, Aliya Tlepova. And first place from Thailand, Nuchanat Singulad. This is the female under 57 kilogram fighting. And a big smile for the camera, please, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to hear it one more time today, the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you very much, ladies. Well done. Well done. Be proud of all your achievements. Thank you very much. Moving on to the under 62 kilogram male fighting. In third place from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mehran Sattar. Mehran, third place. Also in third place from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Farhan Musafi. Farhan, third place. From Thailand, in second place, Suwijak Kuntong. And first place from Kazakhstan, Abu Bakr Zambek. And now for the national anthem of Kazakhstan. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Well done. Next up is the under 69 kilogram fighting male. Under 69 kilogram fighting male. In third place, من العراق, from Iraq, Mahmoud Taha. Mahmoud, المركز الثالث. From Thailand, in third place, Sarin Suntorn. In second place, from Kazakhstan, Zandos Nurmukhanbetov. And first place also from Kazakhstan, Nur Sultan Dusenkulov. Proud moment for these young men to represent their countries here in Abu Dhabi for the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship. And now for the national anthem of Kazakhstan. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well done. Thank you. Well done. A nice group photo. We're going to go back to the TV mat live on Abu Dhabi Sports for 2 more finals, I believe. And then the final prize presentation for tonight. And of course, a reminder, the final day of the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship is tomorrow from 10 o'clock in the morning. Please be with us from 10 o'clock tomorrow for the 4th and final day. Thank you, Hamad Sultan al-Dhahiri. Salim al-Dhahiri, afwan. Thank you, Mr. Rish. Thank you. We'll be calling you for the last 2 podiums, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Back to our finals on the TV mats, on Saturday night, live on Abu Dhabi Sports.
Starting with the 77 kilogram weight category. Kazakhstan against Iraq.
Ajime.
Upon score, Vazari scored by the red corner for the roundhouse kicks. Red corner clearly trying to maintain the distance, moves on for the takedown. Trying to control his opponent, who appears to be quite taller than him. Blue corner trying to go for a triangle.
Mate.
But the referee stops. The score is 4-0 for Kazakhstan and 0 for Iraq.
Hajime.
A clear point for the Yokogiri consecutively 4 times.
Ne, mate. Please check.
The 4 points making him in the lead. Oh, we have a review here. The fighter from Iraq attempting the kick. Kazakhstan taking the back
Yes.
and trying to take the opponent down. When the referee stops the bout.
No control. Chui.
Chui, which is a penalty for the blue corner for uncontrolled technique. Going forward in the match. Score is 11-1. A Mawashigiri point for the Kazakhstan fighter. Kazakhstan seems to be leading by points via his striking skills, especially the roundhouse kicks.
Mate. Hajime.
There is a solid difference between the points of the two athletes. Once again, the Kazakhstan athlete capitalizes on his roundhouse technique, immediately going for an attack. Now trying to take control on the ground.
Mate. Hajime. Mate.
Iraqi fighter seems desperate to get points.
For what?
Referee trying to understand the situation here, communicating with the table referee. As we can see, within the first 2 minutes, via striking techniques, majorly the roundhouse kick, how Kazakhstan athlete has acquired points. 14 of his attacks were the roundhouse kicks, earning him 14 points. Seems like there is a long discussion. And there is a Shido, which is a penalty for the blue corner.
Hajime.
Vazari for the side kick for the blue corner. And a nicely attempted single leg takedown by the red corner.
Jumping is not allowed. Passivity.
And
Part
warning
one.
and
Shido.
Shido for passivity in part 1, which is the
Hajime.
striking part of the system. Both athletes trying to get grips on each other, wanting to go ahead in part 3.
Mate. Yeah.
The score is 20
Passivity part 2.
for 20
Shido.
for Kazakhstan, 4
Hajime.
for Iraq. And last 20 seconds are left. As we can see, we have score only in part 1. We don't yet have any score in part 2 or part 3 in this bout.
Grip and punch. Shido.
Gripping and punching is not allowed.
Hajime.
Iraq fighter gets a penalty for doing so
Mate.
with the score of 23-5. Kazakhstan clearly wins this bout. It is a solid lead. And a winner in the red corner from Kazakhstan, Torabe Maxim.
Jump not allowed. Full guard not allowed.
There were some nice
Jump.
kicking techniques displayed during this bout, and major points were taken by the Mawashigiri kick. Moving on to the next bout. Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan. Ajigitov against Mashrapov.
Pop. Pop. You with him, yeah? Okay. I leave it. I
These
will go
fighters
to
look
my-
quite quick, and a super point
This fight.
for Haito for the Kazakhstan fighter in the red corner. And a clear Uzbekistan and a clear point, a point for the Uzbekistan fighter.
First.
Looks like there was a problem.
Я слушаю уже прям встали. Что там случилось? Он этому заходил, или Ираку, или кому? Кому разбил это?
The referee has stopped the bout and called in the doctors.
Я так предполагаю. Видишь, он перемотан.
We are giving medical time for the athlete. The medical time is of 2 minutes and it is cumulative time throughout the bout. It's very important to use this time wisely. It's very important to consider the safety of the athlete. We are here at the Ju-Jitsu arena on the third day of the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship, conducted by the Jiu-Jitsu Asian Union, recognized by the Olympic Council of Asia. The first 2 days we had Newaza. Today we have the fighting system and duo show Jiu-Jitsu. Tomorrow we will have contact Jiu-Jitsu and duo classic. Referee is announcing the winner. Winner in the red corner, Kazakhstan. Seems like there is a problem again. There is a protest from the coach. Moving on to the video replay through Falcon Eye. This is for the Haito technique performed by the Kazakhstan fighter. The bout starts again. With 2 minutes 20 seconds left. That was a seriously fast exchange of striking techniques between the two athletes. The score is 2-5. 2 for Kazakhstan, 5 for Uzbekistan. This is the adult male 77 kilogram weight category. And red gets a penalty for uncontrolled technique. Again, we have a video review. For the uncontrolled Haito technique performed by Kazakhstan. In the striking attacks performed by the hand, you cannot go for straight attacks, you cannot go for round attacks that cross the center line of the opponent. Moving ahead with the match. Both athletes are trying to get the timing for each other. Referee gave penalty for passivity. That was a clean Gyakuzuki by Uzbekistan. And a takedown. Moving on to part 3, taking the back, trying to get the seat belt, hooks. But it was countered by the red corner. The score is 14-4. 50 seconds left, and Uzbekistan is having the lead of 10 points against the Kazakhstan fighter. Very crucial moment for the Kazakhstan fighter. He has very less time left. Uzbekistan fighter appearing very confident in his attacking. Holds down the red corner. We have Osaikomi time here. Five seconds left. The score is 4-20, 4 for Kazakhstan, 20 for Uzbekistan. Akshigitov against Mashrapov. Last 6 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and that was a last-minute Gyakuzuki, performed brilliantly by Uzbekistan. We have a clear winner, Mashrapov from Uzbekistan in the adult male 77 kilogram weight category. Let's look at the highlights of this bout. Take down to imbalance, moving on to take the back. Part 2, flowing seamlessly into part 3. And then the clear Gyakuzuki in the end. Uzbekistan athlete knowing his victory looks super happy. Next we have under 85 kilogram men, Iraq versus Kazakhstan. Al-Rubayev. In red corner, Asil Bekov in blue corner. A pawn for red corner and a pawn for blue corner for the striking techniques. Moving on from part 1 to part 2, both trying to get the grips and trying to take each other down. To go into the second part, we can see a lot of aggression in the fighter from Iraq and similar level countered by the Kazakhstan athlete. Kazakhstan athlete moving in for osaikomi time, moving into the third part, taking the back control. Iraqi fighter is finding it quite difficult to turn around. Part 3 and part 1 complete, part 2 complete. We have a falcon eye review again. Fight starts again with a score of 2-4, 2 for Iraq and 4 for Kazakhstan. This is the adult male 85 kilogram weight category and the score was equal. That is why the referee gave an Ayuchi. A Gyakuzuki point for the blue corner. Probably a hard contact. An in control technique maybe. With the referee calling in the doctor. Medical time for the Iraqi athlete. The referee starts the fight again. We have almost half time left. And the Kazakhstan fighter is quite aggressive now. This seems to be a very close fight. We have a score of 8-8 and now it's 10-8. Iraqi athlete in the lead. Trying to take the Kazakhstan athlete down, both defending pretty well. Looks like a desperate situation for both the athletes. Uchimata, although not successfully attempted by the Kazakhstan athlete here.
Up.
The score is 10-8, 10 for Iraq, 8 for Kazakhstan. This is the adult male under 85 kilogram weight category. And we have last 30 seconds left. Ippon for the red corner for the punching technique. Both athletes trying to go for the takedown, one which is successfully attempted. And the Iraqi athlete going for the whole osaikomi time.
Up. Give him. Save. Give. Just stop. Stop. Stop.
After Sonamama, both athletes come inside.
Facility part 2. Shido.
Red gets a Shido,
Yoshi.
which is a penalty for passivity. With last 5 seconds left.
Tết. Tết.
We have a winner. That was a very, very close fight, and looks like the aggression of the Iraqi fighter paid off.
Stop. PA challenge. Okay, just hold it.
There is a protest from the coach, and we will go for
Who is called
a video review.
Okay.
This is an ippon. It may change the result of this bout. Very crucial moment. Very crucial decision to make. The winner in the red corner, Iraq. Some highlights of this bout. Striking, exchange, and a takedown by the Iraqi athlete. These happy moments are what makes the sport very interesting and very connected to heart. It was a small team from Iraq, and they have earned their medal.
Okay. Go to the referees. Go to each other. Okay, take your hands. Ready? Commit!
Iran against Thailand in the adult male 85 kilogram weight category.
Mate! Mate, guys.
A Gyakuzuki point for the red corner.
Stay, stay. Red, facility part 1. Shido. Blue, facility
And
part
penalty
1. Shido.
for both athletes for being passive in the part 1. Gyakuzuki Wazari for the blue corner and Ippon for the red. Both athletes are trying to find grip, trying to go for takedown. Red trying to attempt the Uchimata. Successfully countered by the blue athlete.
Mate! Snap.
With a score of 4-2, 4 for the Iranian athlete and 2 for Thailand athlete.
Change. Okay, ready? Commit! Mate.
A takedown successfully attempted by the blue corner, although outside the safety area.
Wait. What do you want to complete? Give. Ippon for what? Throw? Do you hear me?
Thailand coach
She's requesting Ippon for the throw.
requesting Ippon for the throw attempted by his athlete. We have the falcon eye review. We can see Thailand attempting Gyakusuki and then moving on. For the takedown starts in the fighting area but lands outside. A score of a pawn is awarded.
Ready? Hajime!
Athlete from Thailand trying to get grip. And a pawn for the red corner for Urakin. Thailand athlete trying to go for a mount but caught in half guard.
Mate!
The score is 10-5, 10 for Iran, 5 for Thailand. This is the adult male under 85 kilogram weight category. Ranjbar from Thailand, Onje from Ranjbar from Iran, and Onje from Thailand.
Mate! Fix again. Don't go out, okay? Rush, my friend. Hurry up.
It's break time for the blue athlete. He needs to tuck his gi in, tighten his belt, and the fight starts again. The blue athlete starts with Atemi in striking and is wanting to go for the takedown. This is the third time he repeats the same technique. Moving on to the single leg takedown after striking Uezuki. The Iranian athlete trying to attempt sweep gets caught. And with a score of 14-8,
Oh, I should give. It's okay. Fix.
We have a clear winner. Winner in the red corner.
Winner red, right? Okay, red. Both each other, both red. Thank you.
Congratulations to Ranjpar Habib from Iran. Let's look at some highlights of this bout. Mawashigiri countered by a Gyakusuki by the Iranian athlete, while the blue corner proceeds to go for a takedown. And the display of happiness after winning. And some highlights of the 77 kilogram category. Kazakhstan versus Iraq.
Hello and back in the final rounds for the show system of Jiu-Jitsu International Federation. We saw before the mixed couples competing in the elimination. So the finals four, the best four are still here. They have already the medals secured, but now it is about which rank of medals they're gonna achieve. One team from Pakistan showing up for the first presentation. Maximum time for the show is 2 minutes. They have to include the defense of contact techniques, holds and embracings. They have to include techniques against weapons and kicks and punches. But what we see here, the gentleman teasing the lady working out. And this is the show, the entertainment part. Yoko Wakare jumped in on a very high level. Defense against the neck lock or the guillotine choke. She starts attacking, so they change in roles during the game of attacker and defender. The bully, the aggressor. And have as well this try of entertaining the audience and pushing Jiu-Jitsu, especially for an audience which is not linked to martial arts. For them, we created this style of spectacular techniques, acrobatic elements. Flying armbar before the defense against the knife attack. These are, again, a climb up armbar variation.
Respect women.
Yes.
And 1 minute,
Technique score, Hunter.
84 seconds they lasted the show. And now the
7,
score is
8,
coming up for the technical part.
Show score,
Not the show
Hunter.
elements. 887,
7,
7.587. The referee is
7.5.
very fast in taking down the scores.
Up. Yes.
And we are excited to see the next show elements. There's 4 teams in this finals. So, playing the role of a hard punch. Nice idea of the disarm and re-attacking.
Okay.
And as well, the second team from Pakistan made it into this final round.
He teased me. He touched me.
So,
Yes.
interesting play as the roles are changed and the bully is the lady. Here a short stop. Hardly to see, but the flow not kept up in the technique. For this, the throwing techniques are very nice performed. Neck defense. A variation of the Seonage actually, overturned. We see similar techniques in competition, but sure, never in this fast performance. in the fighting competitions. Next scissor jumped in
I am strong.
and moving on with the knife attacks.
No!
Arm break to disarm. A tough and fast pull.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
The final apology of the bully
You sit here.
for this action.
Show score.
Technical score is coming up.
7, 8,
7-8-7, slightly better than the team before.
Show score. Hunter.
The show get
7.5,
ranked
8,
with
7.
7, 8, and 7.5.
Up.
And we will see the performance of two more teams. Working with elements which as well used in the activity of stuntmen and martial arts choreographers doing this for movies and shows. Here we saw he lost the grip. So in the speed you sometimes don't see it, but a mistake for the referees, which are looking exactly for these things.
Okay, แล้วก็
Mixed team from Thailand in the show.
เปิดเพลงใช่ไหมเปิดเพลงพี่ป๋อ
For the second performance of the show they had before in. And as it is by the rules, they are allowed to use music.
ไปอ่ะ
And I think they're waiting for the start of this.
11
So enjoy the show. If we can see the music, I'm not going to disturb you with my comments.
Anytime I see you, let me know about the plan and see, just let me go. I'm on my knees when I'm begging, cause I don't wanna lose you. Hey, yeah. I'm begging you. Put your love in the hand now, baby. I'm begging you. Put your love in the hand now, darling. I need you to understand. Try so hard to be your man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. An empty shell I used to be, the shack.
So spectacular techniques, entertaining parts, the technical score
7 8.5
8.5, 8.5, and a 7.
โชว์สกอร์ Hunter
The show here it
8.5,
pays off to
9,
put more effort in the
8.5.
preparation, synchronizing it, even get higher scored. Start of the troubles. Very high up. jumped into the armbar. And we see the last presentation from this final. Mixed team from Thailand. And if I'm right, they defend the title from 2 years ago. Impressive last show for the teams, but the referees might score and give their opinion. That looks like a clear lead for the team and defending their title from 2019. Yes. High score in the show, dynamic, perfect techniques, no mistakes in the performance. And this was the last event for the Asian Championship Day 3. Tomorrow we expect the other show elements, artistic play. They perfectionized this in the last years. And using the additional weapon in the right way to this very entertaining and nice part. So clearly the winner for the show competition of this year. Performing very nice classical Jiu-Jitsu in this entertaining format. Here we can moving on for the final medal ceremonies. And wish you a nice evening, and tomorrow again, 10 o'clock UAE time. We are back with the full contact Jiu-Jitsu event and the duo system, the technical competition, live on jjif.tv, on YouTube for the live streaming, and Abu Dhabi TV here in the Emirates.
Mr. Panayotis would like to join us, please, Mr. Panayotis, and your guests, if you want to join us on stage to present the final three podiums. We have the male under 77 kilogram fighting, followed by the under 85 male fighting, and the last one will be the teams, of course, for the final presentation tonight. Our photographers, please. Guys, can we have you ready for the under 77 male fighting? Under 77 male fighting. In third place from Kazakhstan, we have Bamput Lertensong. Third place, Thailand. Also third place from Kazakhstan, Maxim Toribai. Maxim in third place. In second place from Kazakhstan, Alisher Atsigitov. And Uzbekistan in first place, Bahromjon Masharpov from Uzbekistan. And now for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Thank you, guys. Next up is the under 85 kilogram fighting male category. Under 85 kilogram fighting male in third place from Iraq, Mujitaba Rubai. Third place, also in third place from India, Sharad Abhijit in third place. Second place from Thailand, Chamit Onjai in second place. And first place from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Habib Ranjabar. Habib, first place. Thank you. And now for the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done. This is the team results. The team results for third place from Pakistan, Sanan and Wasim. This is the last mixed fight presentation we had. Sanan and Wasim in third place. Also in third place from Pakistan, the duo of Arif and Hurara. In second place from Thailand, Sengru Sapang and Yunnan. Thailand in second place, and first place, also Thailand, the duo of Chansiri and Yimprai. Plus 94, please, Peter. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Nice big group photo, guys. Well done. Well done, Pakistan. Well done, Thailand. What an eventful third day it has been here at the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championship. Incredible performances by all the athletes. We still have the minus 94 kilograms, guys. Minus 94 kilograms. Minus 94 kilograms, fighting male. In third place, from India, Amarjit Singh. Amarjit Singh. In second place, from Kazakhstan, Ramazan Kusanov. And in first place, from Thailand, Suntra Sukanti. This is the under 94 kilogram male. And for the final one, guys, the plus 94 kilogram male. The last one, plus 94 kilogram male. And now for the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. Well done. Many congratulations on wonderful achievement. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The last one is the plus 94 kilogram fighting male. The plus 94 kilogram fighting male. In third place, Aybar Yesengaliev from Kazakhstan. In second place, Azama Abayev from Kazakhstan. And in first place, Nantana Metip from Thailand. First place, plus 94 kilogram fighting male. And that is the final podium presentation for today. Reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, that we still have the prizes to give away. And also make sure you come and join us tomorrow for the final day. Last day tomorrow. But before that, it's time for the last time tonight, the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well done. Well done. Many congratulations on a wonderful achievement here on the third day of the 5th Jiu-Jitsu Asian Championships. Mr. Painotis, thank you very much for your assistance in this. Hopefully, we'll see you gentlemen tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Thank you.